Chapter 608. The next morning, an order was sent to the Seaside Research Institute. The Seaside Research Institute would be placed under the jurisdiction of Vice President Balfour of the Federation Research Institute. This order made everyone in the Seaside Research Institute extremely excited. This meant that their rank had risen by one level. At the same time, their treatment would also be different from the other research groups of the Third Research Institute. The treatment of the Federation Research Institute was much better than that of the Third Research Institute. These people also had sharp eyes. Everything had changed after David took over the Seaside Research Institute. It was needless to say who was involved in this matter. At noon, David left the Seaside Research Institute. He was now under the jurisdiction of Vice President Balfour. Vice President Balfour invited him to have lunch with him. This was also part of his job. As soon as he left the Seaside Research Institute, he felt that there were people watching him. He ignored the several groups of people who were watching him and headed towards the Pins Hang Tea House. The Pins Hang Tea House was a secluded tea house for official business. It was suitable for some business meetings. Due to the high cost of living here, it was able to maintain a secluded environment. David entered the Pins Hang Tea House and directly walked into private room number 2. When he entered the private room, Vice President Balfour had already arrived. Beside Vice President Balfour were 2 transcendent-level bodyguards. They were sitting at the side and drinking. "Arthur, come and sit down." Vice President Balfour stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Vice President, please sit down too," David said as he stepped forward. After the two of them sat down, a waiter served lunch. "Arthur, I know that a genius like you doesn't want too much help, but I still hope that you can tell me if you have any difficulties. I will add an additional 50 million credits to your research funds. In addition, a batch of equipment will be sent to the Seaside Research Institute tomorrow," Vice President Balfour said with a smile. "With your support, I believe that the research will definitely produce results very quickly. I actually have an idea that I want to share with you." David didn't decline Vice President Balfour's good intentions and said, "That's right. If there's anything you need, just say it. As long as I can help you, I will definitely help," Vice President Balfour said happily. The fact that David could make a request meant that David had accepted his invitation. "If I can produce results from my research this month, can you help me apply for the flag prize?" David asked Vice President Balfour with hopeful eyes. Vice President Balfour was slightly stunned. He didn't expect David's goal to be the flag prize. However, after careful consideration, he realized that if David really brought out the research results of the impact of biomaterial alloy on the Krypton crystal engine project, especially the samples of the biomaterial alloy, then it would definitely be important enough to win the flag prize. However, under normal circumstances, David's best choice for winning the flag prize was to participate in the next flag prize. That way, he would have a higher chance of winning. Although the research results of the impact of biomaterial alloy on the Krypton crystal engine would have a great impact, it also needed a process of dissemination. Right now, there was only a month and a half until the flag prize. On top of that, the flag prize would review the qualifications a month in advance. After taking away the research time needed, the flag prize would review the qualifications of the impact of biomaterial alloy on the Krypton crystal engine almost as soon as the research results came out. Perhaps this would be a very troublesome matter for other people, but for Vice President Balfour, it was just a matter of moving his mouth. More than half of the flag prize review members belonged to the Federation Research Institute. As the vice president of the Federation Research Institute, it wasn't a problem for him to say something like this. It wasn't a matter of principle. It was just the qualifications to participate in the flag prize. No one would make things difficult for Vice President Balfour in this regard. "No problem, but you better bring out the research results as soon as possible. The earlier it is, the more time you have to promote it. That way, I can help you with the flag prize." Vice President Balfour could see that David wanted fame, so he made a big promise. Indeed, as long as David brought out the research results in advance, Vice President Balfour wouldn't have a problem with helping him with the operation. This was also to build momentum for Vice President Balfour himself. As long as David's results were great, it would show how good Vice President Balfour's leadership was. especially now that David was Vice President Balfour's direct subordinate. Vice President Balfour had a share of the results. Transcendent Ewell heard the surveillance personnel he sent out say that Arthur went to the tea room alone and even entered the private room. This immediately made Transcendent Ewell's heart move. He also knew that there were many groups of people monitoring Arthur recently. The surveillance personnel he sent out had discovered 4 groups of people, and there were also some who were hidden even more deeply that hadn't been discovered. Transcendent Ewell didn't want to wait any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that Arthur had been running between the villa and the Seaside Research Institute, giving him no chance at all, he would have already made his move. Now that David had entered the private room, how could he let go of this opportunity? There was no surveillance equipment in the private room. This kind of business room was generally prepared for business meetings. If there was surveillance equipment in the private room, who would dare to come in for business meetings? So, as long as he moved fast enough, it wouldn't be a problem to take Arthur away without alerting the security system. Transcendent Ewell walked into the tea room. On the other side, 2 of his subordinates found an excuse to make a scene, attracting the attention of the entire tea room. The waiter hurried over to deal with it. Transcendent Ewell took advantage of this opportunity to come to the door of private room number 2. He reached out and pushed it hard. No matter how sturdy the door was, it couldn't withstand the strength of Transcendent Ewell. With a click, the door lock broke. Transcendent Ewell pushed the door open and walked in. David had already noticed Transcendent Ewell when he entered the tea room because the shadow attendant had been outside the private room the whole time. He had to be careful. Anyone who was being watched by so many people would pay attention to their own safety. Transcendent Ewell tried his best to hide his transcendent presence, but he couldn't escape the shadow attendant's eyes. When Transcendent Ewell came to the door of the private room, David casually glanced at the 2 transcendent beside him. He saw that the 2 transcendent bodyguards had also noticed something. They put down the cups in their hands and stood up. The moment Transcendent Ewell pushed the door open, the 2 transcendent bodyguards pounced on him. While in the air, the 2 transcendent bodyguards finished the process of putting on their armor and weapons. Transcendent Ewell felt that something was wrong when he entered the private room. The sudden burst of transcendent presence from the 2 transcendent bodyguards made him realize that something was wrong. Damn it, why are there 2 transcendent here? Transcendent Ewell thought to himself. He instantly decided to give up on his plan and step back. The 2 transcendent bodyguards were individually weaker than Transcendent Ewell. Only when the 2 transcendent bodyguards worked together could they defeat Transcendent Ewell. They also had to protect Vice President Balfour, so they didn't dare to chase after him. The battle ended before it even started. The people in the tea room only felt a wave of fear, but they didn't discover anything else. The fear was caused by the 3 transcendents' presence. It was a feeling of death. How arrogant! How dare they attack on the planet of origin? Lawless! Lawless! Vice President Balfour yelled with a gloomy face. He didn't think that the transcendent was here to cause trouble for David. He just thought that an opponent had come to attack him. Ever since he learned about Dean Constable's death and the abnormalities in the presidential palace, people like Vice President Balfour, who knew about the relationship between Dean Constable and President Lewis, couldn't believe that there was no connection between the 2. Therefore, whenever Vice President Balfour went out, he would bring the 2 transcendent bodyguards with him. He didn't think that they would actually come in handy. He was also scared now. If he didn't bring the transcendent bodyguards, he might not even be able to keep his life, let alone compete for the position of Dean. Vice President, my transcendent armor recorded the appearance of the transcendent. There are also surveillance cameras in the tea room. This evidence is enough for the police to arrest the transcendent. One of the transcendent bodyguards said softly, "Call the police." Vice President Balfour said in a low voice. The transcendent Ewell exited the tea room. Just as he was about to leave, his ID bracelet suddenly glowed red. Then he saw that his ID bracelet showed that it was blocked. His ID bracelet couldn't be used. At the same time, the transcendent Ewell saw 4 transcendent flying over from afar. The transcendent armor of the transcendent had obvious police insignia. Even without looking at the police insignia, In the cities of the planet of origin, the transcendent who dare to fly could only be transcendent officers on missions. A normal transcendent who dared to fly would be arrested. The transcendent Yule hesitated. He didn't dare to resist. In fact, he couldn't resist. Fighting with the police on the planet of origin was an extremely unwise choice, because if the police could not handle it, then the wanted order would be sent to the military. The military's transcendent would not be merciful. It would be normal to be killed. It was almost impossible to escape from the planet of origin. Once he was wanted, his ID bracelet would be blocked, and his identity couldn't be verified. He wouldn't even be able to pilot his own spaceship. Unless he was a professional criminal, he would have a backup ID bracelet. However, the average person wouldn't prepare a fake ID bracelet. The transcendent Yule didn't realize the price of his rash action. He was charged with the crime of assassinating the vice president of the Federation Research Institute. His transcendent identity didn't matter at all. As one of the Federation's most important institutions, the Federation Research Institute had a very high status. Assassinating the vice president was equivalent to assassinating a high-ranking official of the Federation. Transcendent Yule, please put this on. For police, transcendent Yule surrounded him 10 meters away. One of the police, transcendent, threw an energy limiter at him. Transcendent Yule's expression changed when he saw the energy limiter. The energy limiter could restrict the transcendent's transcendent power so that the transcendent couldn't use his own transcendent power. This was usually used to deal with serious criminals. Transcendent Yule always thought that he had only broken into the box and didn't do anything wrong. Even if he was caught, he would at most be given a warning and pay a fine. However, it was different when he used the energy limiter. He was putting his life in the hands of others. To a transcendent, this was something that was completely unacceptable. The energy limiter had to be worn by the transcendent, because when it was forcibly worn, as long as the transcendent resisted using his transcendent power, the energy limiter wouldn't work. You don't have to do this for a small matter, do you? Transcendent Yule asked with a smile. A small matter? The police transcendent said sarcastically. He then said, Transcendent Yule, you're really arrogant. You're saying that the assassination of a high-ranking Federation official is a small matter. Transcendent Yule finally understood why the police transcendent gave him the energy limiter. He also knew why there were two transcendent in the box. The person who met Arthur in the box was a high-ranking Federation official. Only a high-ranking Federation official had the right to have a transcendent bodyguard. I didn't assassinate a high-ranking Federation official. I just went into the wrong box. Transcendent Yule quickly explained. Put on the energy limiter or we'll kill you. Transcendent Yule said in a low voice as a weapon appeared in his hand. Transcendent Yule obviously couldn't put on the energy limiter. After knowing the charges he would face, he knew that he couldn't be arrested. Once he was arrested for the crime of assassinating a high-ranking Federation official, the trial would be swift. As long as there was evidence, it wouldn't be delayed at all. According to the previous sentences for the attempted assassination of a high-ranking Federation official, the lightest punishment was life imprisonment. The transcendent's abilities would also be destroyed. If he ran away now, he might have a chance to live. If he surrendered, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Transcendent Yule's transcendent armor appeared on his body. He also had a weapon in his hand. He was completely at ease. Transcendent Yule seemed to be prepared. When Transcendent Yule took out his weapon, he activated the alarm. The ear-piercing alarm sounded. People who heard it immediately hid in the buildings. It was the sound of the police warning the public. At the same time, the alarm was also sent to the police station. Reinforcements would be sent there. Transcendent Yule wanted to break out, but the 4 Transcendent police were able to block him every time. They didn't fight him head-on at all. They only used their advantage in numbers to block his attacks. These Transcendent police weren't very strong, but they were very good at cooperating with each other. Transcendent Yule couldn't find an effective way to attack. He could only attack again and again. Even if Transcendent Yule was flying in the air, it was the same. The 4 Transcendent police officers were trying to trap Transcendent Yule. Transcendent Yule's damage would eventually be recorded in Transcendent Yule's judgment anyway. They wouldn't risk their lives just to catch him. Although it was 4 against 1, with Transcendent Yule's abilities, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill one of them before he died. Transcendent police understood this very well. They didn't want to risk their lives. Soon, another 4 Transcendent police arrived. What happened next was simple. The 8th Transcendent Yule was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Transcendent Yule was saved, but he probably wouldn't be able to get out of prison for the rest of his life. Especially when David saw the look in Deputy Director Balfour's eyes. He guessed that Transcendent Yule wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 609. How did Arthur get involved with Vice President Balfour? Lawson Transcendent muttered to himself strangely when he heard the report from his subordinate. David's whereabouts had always been under their surveillance, but now he had no choice but to withdraw the surveillance. Lawson Transcendent did not want to offend Vice President Balfour, who was the most likely person to become the head of the Federation Research Institute. Even if Vice President Balfour was not yet the head, Lawson Transcendent did not dare to offend him with his current status. Withdraw all surveillance personnel and erase all traces. Lawson Transcendent ordered in a deep voice. The intelligence personnel belonging to the Federation Intelligence Department all withdrew a few minutes after Yule Transcendent was arrested, and then more surveillance personnel withdrew. They had dared to monitor Arthur on the planet of origin because Arthur had no background. If Arthur had a certain background, they would not have thought of attacking him. Although Level 4 equipment was indeed tempting, this was the planet of origin, and the price to pay was too high. Coupled with Vice President Balfour's influence, the price was unbearable. When David and Vice President Balfour left the Pins Hang Tea House, David strangely found that many of the surveillance personnel had disappeared. David glanced at Vice President Balfour. He didn't know whether he should thank Vice President Balfour or blame him. Needless to say, the departure of the surveillance personnel was due to Vice President Balfour's influence. But in this way, it would be troublesome for David to find a powerful soul on the planet of origin. In the next few days, David accelerated the progress of the research, and the equipment sent by Vice President Balfour also played a big role. 5 days later, he sent out the second phase of the report to Vice President Balfour, which clearly stated that the research on the effect of the biomaterial alloy on the Krypton engine had entered the later stages of the experiment. In fact, at this stage, it could be said that the research on the effect of the biomaterial alloy on the Krypton engine had been successful, but according to the Federation's laws, the biomaterial alloy had to pass many Federation standard tests before the research could be completed. Another 5 days passed, and David stood behind the experiment table. Across from him was a seemingly ordinary engine, separated by a thick, transparent wall. As his hands operated on the experiment table, the engine was ignited. The loud sound and the super powerful energy were blocked by the transparent wall. Streams of data flashed across the light screen in front of the experiment bench. The latest super server that the Seaside Research Institute had just replaced was calculating the engine data. This latest model of super server was sent by Vice President Balfour. Usually, every research institute would want to use a server of this level, and they could only use it within a set time after applying and queuing up. Vice President Balfour had directly provided David with the latest model of super server. This was the investment he had made because he was extremely optimistic about the results of David's research. Vice President Balfour was a smart man. He knew very well that investing at this time was more important than investing after David became famous. As long as David produced results 1 day earlier, he would reap the benefits 1 day earlier. The engine in front of David was a very commonly used engine. This kind of engine was used a lot, so the data of the engine was universal. Even if he already knew the result, after seeing the comparison data given by the super server, he still let out a long sigh of relief. A 2% increase was not high, but when the engine reached a limit, it was extremely difficult to increase it further. It was not to say that other materials could not improve the performance of the engine. There were still materials that could improve the performance of the engine. For example, Using grade materials to make an engine could improve the performance of the engine by more than 10%. However, grade materials were so rare that even Kaji could not obtain many of them. Where would there be extra grade materials to make an engine? Unless it was a very special need, but that kind of engine could only serve a few people. An engine needed a lot of materials. Only when the value of the raw materials was not much different from the original engine material would the improvement of the engine's performance be meaningful. The production cost of biomaterial was cheaper than the original material and easier to produce. This caused the biomaterial alloy to cause a great change to the entire engine industry chain. David opened his identity wristband and sent the comparison data to Vice President Balfour. After sending it, he felt his whole body relax. He had done everything he could, and now it was up to Vice President Balfour's ability. Just as David was about to rest, his identity wristband vibrated continuously. He opened his identity wristband and found that it was a communication request from Vice President Balfour. He agreed to the request. "Arthur, is the experiment data accurate?" Vice President Balfour did not exchange any pleasantries with David and asked directly. "This is the comparison result after the super server's calculation. If the super server's calculation is accurate, then the experiment data is accurate." David also made a rare joke. In fact, if the super server's calculation was inaccurate, then there was nothing in the world that could be accurately calculated. How could a super server be inaccurate when it was dedicated to this research and its performance was all used in this experiment? I want to see the biomaterial alloy engine for the experiment with my own eyes. Wait for me at the Seaside Research Institute. After Vice President Balfour received David's confirmation, he could not wait any longer. David looked at his identity wristband that had been broken and could not help but shake his head. Vice President Balfour valued the biomaterial alloy even more than he did. Since Vice President Balfour had been attacked once before, his trip this time was even more ostentatious than before. A total of 10 armored hover vehicles and 4 transcendent personnel were the scale of security. The staff of the Seaside Research Institute were incomparably shocked. What surprised them even more was Vice President Balfour's personal arrival. Although they knew that the Seaside Research Institute had become Vice President Balfour's direct subordinate research institute, the arrival of such a big shot still made all the staff excited and nervous. However, Vice President Balfour did not pay any attention to these staff members. He was not in the mood to show his usual amiable facade. Vice President Balfour's target was Laboratory 3. When he pushed open the door to the laboratory, he saw David. "Quick, take me to see it." Vice President Balfour waved at David, who had come to greet him. "Please come with me." David smiled and gestured for her to follow him. Vice President Balfour did not let the 2 transcendent bodyguards follow him. This was a research institute, and some confidential areas were not accessible to outsiders. Vice President Balfour took the elevator down to the basement. When he walked into the experimental area, he saw the biomaterial alloy engine that was still in operation. Vice President Balfour did not stand on ceremony. He sat in front of the experiment table and personally operated it. Soon, the super server fed back data according to Vice President Balfour's operation. The rows of comparison results made Vice President Balfour's eyes shine brighter and brighter. Vice President Balfour then checked the biomaterial cultivation area and processing area. These were all completed by David alone through the use of the mechanical arm. It was not that Vice President Balfour did not believe in David. Such an important research result could not have the slightest flaw. He needed to use his rich experience to find the problems in advance and pave the way for future reviews. However, the more he checked, the more shocked he became. David's experimental process was not flawed. Even if he had completed it himself, he would not have done it better than David. Vice President Balfour even had a feeling that if Dean Constable had not died, perhaps only Dean Constable would have such a rigorous experimental process. "Arthur, your research is excellent. I will do my best to fight for the flag prize for you." Vice President Balfour's gaze towards David became heated as he said in a deep voice, "Such a genius researcher, and a genius researcher that he had invested in advance. As long as David maintained such research ability, he was bound to produce many important results in the future. And as a direct leader, the political benefits he would receive from this would not be any less than David's in the field of research. Thank you. David thanked sincerely. Time is tight. I'm going to invite all the judges of the Flag Prize here and let them see with their own eyes this discovery that can change the development of the engine. Vice President Balfour was even more anxious than David. He decided without much thought. David naturally would not object. He couldn't wait to welcome them. Vice President Balfour began to operate his identity bracelet in front of David. At 5 o'clock, the staff of the Seaside Research Institute who were about to get off work were about to leave when they saw a continuous stream of hover cars arriving. Some of the hover cars even had bodyguards beside them. It was obvious that the people in the hover cars were not ordinary people. The staff did not understand what was going on. Some of them recognized the people who came out of the hover cars. Every name could make these researchers want to worship them. The people who came out of the hover cars were all important figures in the field of research. However, these people all appeared here, which made the staff think that it was related to their leader. In the hall of Laboratory 3, Vice President Balfour shook hands with the judges of the Flag Prize with a smile on his face. The enthusiasm he showed made the displeasure of being invited disappear. Everyone, I took the liberty of inviting you all here to witness the birth of history, Vice President Balfour said loudly after all 40 of the judges had arrived. The reason why the 40 members of the judging panel had come was because of Vice Dean Balfour's reputation. Every one of these judges had their own research projects. They left their research work behind and came here. After hearing Vice President Balfour's words, the judges couldn't help but feel confused. They had never heard of any major research projects at the Seaside Research Institute. This Seaside Research Institute wasn't famous. The only reason the judges had heard of it was because it was one of the few research institutes with beautiful scenery. As everyone knows, the improvement of the engine stopped 200 years ago. After that, countless researchers tried to improve the engine's performance, but they all failed. Vice President Balfour paused here. The eyes of the judges below widened. They finally understood why Vice President Balfour had invited them. The engine was the heart of the Federation. The entire Federation was operated by the spaceship. The core engine of the spaceship was naturally the heart of the Federation. Every time the heart's performance was improved by 1,000th, it would increase the operating speed of the entire Federation by a corresponding amount. Yes, what you guessed in your hearts is exactly what I wanted to say. My genius researcher, Arthur, has successfully improved the engine's performance by 2%. The reason I invited you all here is to let you all be the first to review the results of this research. Vice President Balfour stated his request. Actually, the 40 invited judges already had their guesses when they saw that all the people who came were Flag Prize judges. Therefore, they weren't surprised by Vice President Balfour's request. Their surprise was on this extremely influential research. If the research was real, then a Flag Prize was nothing. Vice President Balfour, can we see the research results? One of the judges couldn't help but ask. His request was exactly what the other judges wanted to know, so he immediately received the support of the other judges. Of course, please follow me. Vice President Balfour said with a hint of pride on his face. David didn't say anything the entire time. He just followed Vice President Balfour. He understood that now was the time for Vice President Balfour to perform. What he needed was the Flag Prize, while what Vice President Balfour needed was fame. Vice President Balfour first brought the judges to visit the biomaterial cultivation area, the processing area, and finally to the experimental area. The biomaterial alloy engine didn't stop working. The judges who came in were immediately attracted by it. Just like Vice President Balfour's previous performance, these judges began to operate the experimental platform and check the data. There were also judges who opened the research data and carried out a professional review. Can you stop the engine? We want to take a closer look at the engine. After all the data had been reviewed, a judge finally said, this was also the last review. They wanted to see if the materials used for the engine were correct. David didn't need to do anything. Vice President Balfour stopped the engine first. Then, a mechanical arm used the sprinkler equipment to quickly cool the engine. The 40 judges surrounded the biomaterial alloy engine. The equipment here was very complete. They used all kinds of methods to analyze the biomaterial alloy engine. Vice President Balfour, Leader Arthur, the results of the biomaterial alloy research are real. This research is qualified to enter the flag prize selection. In my personal opinion, if this research doesn't win the flag prize, then all the flag prize winners in the past 100 years won't be qualified to win the flag prize. A judge said solemnly. His opinion also represented the opinion of the majority of the judges here. Even if there were some judges who had other thoughts, it was only because of some unspeakable reasons. It wasn't because of the biomaterial alloy research. Chapter 6:10. David sat on the sofa in the living room of the villa. He looked at the door and saw a group of people waiting for him to go out. They weren't spies, but reporters. Arthur became famous because his research on biomaterial alloys had entered the flag prize judging list. The biomaterial alloys that had just been produced immediately attracted the attention of many forces. In just a few days, the stocks of many engine raw materials companies had plummeted. On the contrary, the stocks of some biomaterial companies had soared. David's biomaterial alloy research was important to the Federation, so it was bound to be promoted on a large scale. Many people could see that biomaterial companies would replace traditional raw materials companies. This was only the impact of a few days. If it went on for a longer period of time, the impact would be even greater. This had nothing to do with David. He was just a researcher. After the results were produced, he would reap a fixed percentage of the profits. As for who he would collaborate with and how he would develop it, it had nothing to do with him. David actually received 1% of the profits of the entire project. If it was an ordinary research project, this 1% would only give the researcher a generous reward. However, the impact of the biomaterial alloy was too great. Once it was fully applied, it would be an astronomical amount of wealth. This was also a backup plan that Dean Constable had prepared for himself. However, even though Dean Constable was a research genius, he wasn't an economic genius. If he had known that the biomaterial alloy could bring about such a huge profit, he would have made the research public a long time ago. That way, Dean Constable wouldn't have lacked funds for his research on immortality. Of course, the profits from the biomaterial alloy wouldn't be immediately transferred to his account. The annual dividends wouldn't be much at the beginning. David didn't expect the impact of the biomaterial alloy to be so great. This was why he didn't think about it in detail. After learning about what had happened in the past few days, he used his financial master ability to do some calculations. The final result allowed him to discover that the profits of the research in the next 100 years would far exceed the total value of the Tordo Fund. It was because of its great influence that there were so many reporters blocking his door. Fortunately, the research was successful. Vice Dean Balfour allowed David to rest for a while so that David didn't have to face the reporters. David was doing well in his career, but his cultivation was not going well. It had been more than 10 days since he reached the state of fullness. He clearly felt that he could break through it with just a stretch of his hand, but he just couldn't break through. In the past, David had been worried about the metamorphosis period after he broke through. Would it be more intense because of his body's abnormality? Would his God Spirit bones be able to provide him with enough energy for the metamorphosis period? If it was not enough, the large amount of level 3 strengthened meat stored in his space ring, as well as other cultivation resources, would be enough. However, David didn't have to worry about that now, because what he needed to worry about was how to break through. David stood up from the sofa and decided to use this period of rest to go into seclusion. Ever since Dean Constable had forcefully changed his bones and injected his bloodline power into him, he had been busy. He had been cultivating like crazy and hadn't checked his body properly. David came to the cultivation room. He had set the villa's security system to automatically reply after 10 days of closed-door research. This way, as long as he contacted the villa's AI butler, he would automatically reply. Sitting in the cultivation room, he activated the sound barrier in the cultivation room. Immediately, the entire world became silent. David could clearly hear the sound of his blood flowing and the sound of his heartbeat. His mind felt every part of his body. He suddenly realized that ever since he changed his God's spirit bones, his skin had never developed dead skin. The shedding of dead skin was a natural process of metabolism. The normal cycle was 28 days. This cycle was the time when the cells in the basal layers started to differentiate and advance to the stratum corneum, until the aged stratum corneum broke off. Although 10 days wasn't enough for the skin to complete its metabolism, the necessary process would still occur. However, David's skin was like a newborn's from the inside out. It didn't undergo any metabolism at all, and this was only his skin. His hair was the same. After so many days, his hair seemed to have stopped growing without a single hair growing. Previously, he was fully focused on his cultivation and research, so he didn't care about this. Now that he had calmed down, he discovered more and more. David didn't know how to describe his body. It was like his body was wrapped in a container. His body didn't lose any cells, and at the same time, he didn't have any new cells growing. Of course, it was easy for new cells to grow. As long as he was injured, the new cells would repair the damage. David thought of the word leakless. His body was in such a state. All the cells in his body were locked tightly in his body and wouldn't be lost over time. He remembered Dean Constable mentioning the body of immortality, but at that time he thought Dean Constable was just taking it for granted. Even after the God Spirit bones displayed terrifying recovery abilities, he didn't think about immortality. David had seen some Zergs with terrifying recovery abilities. For example, the Guardian planet's stone-skinned worm king had super recovery abilities. However, the stone-skinned worm king definitely didn't have immortality. The recovery ability was only a transcendent talent. It had nothing to do with immortality. However, David's leakless body gave him the feeling of immortality. As long as his body remained in this state, immortality was highly possible. At least, his body was in a relatively static state. His current body and his body from 10 days ago didn't have any changes on a cellular level. David slowly sensed his body. When he sensed his spine, he was surprised to find that the dark red substance from Arthur's bloodline power that Dean Constable injected into his body wasn't only present in the vertebrae. Instead, it was present in all the vertebrae. The bloodline power that flowed out of the vertebrae had the same effect on the body as before. It wasn't affected by the dark red substance in the vertebrae. David's consciousness entered a vertebrae, and the dark red substance was magnified bit by bit. He discovered that on the surface of the dark red substance, an indistinct pattern appeared and disappeared. This pattern appeared and disappeared very quickly. If he wasn't paying close attention, he wouldn't have noticed it. David didn't know what this pattern was, but he could roughly guess its function. This pattern was to prevent the dark red substance from modifying his body. This should be something that came with Arthur's bloodline. This also explained why Arthur's body was inferior to Kaji's despite his bloodline power. It should be known that people with bloodline power didn't even need to cultivate. They could rely on their bloodline power to constantly strengthen their body. David believed that the person who used this pattern had no intention of harming Arthur. This was because the pattern left behind a trace of the bloodline power's strengthening effect. At the very least, it could ensure that Arthur's body was stronger than an ordinary person's. Bloodline power. Looks like I have to make a trip to Warstar as soon as possible. David muttered to himself with a wry smile. The secret of bloodline power could only be known by asking Knight Millet or Baron Du Bois. He had no way of researching it himself. Perhaps Dean Constable had thought that he understood bloodline power, but he had indeed done something that many people had failed to do. He had extracted the bloodline power from the body of a god, attributed major world's bloodline power. If the great world of God found out about this, it would be a major diplomatic matter. No matter how powerful Dean Constable was back then, he wouldn't be able to stop the revenge of the great world of God. However, Dean Constable was preparing to change his body, so he didn't have to worry about doing things. Dean Constable was wrong. Arthur's bloodline power was very pure, but it had been sealed by his father using a special method. Even if Dean Constable extracted the bloodline power, he wouldn't be able to remove the seal. Arthur's bloodline power had entered David's spine. Although the seal couldn't be removed, the bloodline power was constantly increasing under the enhancement of the godly bones. This was one of the few changes in David's body. This change was more like an evolution. Without the seal, David's body would have undergone a huge transformation. The only part of David's body that Dean Constable couldn't observe was his godly bones. David couldn't understand the composition of the godly bones. He couldn't observe its composition, and even his consciousness couldn't penetrate it. If it wasn't for the gaps in the spine, he wouldn't have been able to observe the situation inside the spine. In David's perception, the godly bones were more like a whole entity that couldn't be observed. After observing the interior of his body, David felt that his body was in trouble. He thought that after observing his entire body, he would be able to find a reason why he couldn't break through. But now, David couldn't be sure. There were too many mysteries in his body, and he didn't know which part of his body was unable to break through. He didn't know if it was because of the bloodline power, the godly bones, or a combination of the two. Even with his research grandmaster ability, Dean Constable couldn't understand the situation inside his body. David withdrew his consciousness. The first thing he felt was an emptiness in his stomach, and a wave of hunger engulfed his entire body. He opened his identity bracelet and discovered that 8 days had passed. David observed his entire body. Perhaps it was because he was observing the microscopic world that he had forgotten the concept of time. It was the first time he didn't cultivate for 8 days. However, his observation was also a form of cultivation. At the very least, he felt that his spirit seemed to have improved a little. The increase in his mental strength was less than 0.01, but it made David extremely excited because he had found a way to improve his mental strength. When one's mental strength reached David's level, it was extremely difficult to improve it even a little bit, and the planet of origin couldn't absorb enough souls. It was just that this method of training his mental strength was too time-consuming. Increasing his mental strength by less than 0.01 in 8 days wasn't worth it. Maybe he could try it after entering the transformation period. Once he entered the transformation period, he would need to retreat for a long time. Under the premise that he couldn't do anything else, this kind of mental training was a good choice. David stood up, and a series of cracking sounds came from the bones all over his body. This was the sound of the bones in his body hitting each other after sitting for a long time. Then he felt comfortable all over his body. The body's problems caused by sitting for a long time were healed after this series of cracking sounds. He walked out of the training room and used his identity bracelet to turn off the automatic reply in the security system. Only then did he realize that in the past 8 days, he had received 5 communication requests and 2 messages from Vice President Balfour. The first message was to tell David that the biomaterial alloy project had entered the review of the flag prize. The second message was sent 2 days after the first one, telling David that the biomaterial alloy project had entered the final evaluation stage. Just as David was checking, Vice President Balfour sent the third message. Congratulations, Arthur, for passing the final evaluation of the biomaterial alloy's influence on the Krypton crystal engine. Thank you for your concern. David replied casually. Arthur, I finally got in touch with you. Why are you in seclusion at a time like this? Recently, you need to do a report on your research results to increase the influence of your research results. There are 3 research results participating in the final evaluation. Although your research result is the best, its influence still needs to be improved in order to win more stably over the other 2 research results. Vice President Balfour seemed to be afraid that David would disappear and went straight to the point. David felt a burst of excitement in his heart. 3 research results had entered the final evaluation stage, and he was very close to his plan. As long as he could win the flag prize, he would be able to get close to President Lewis. Vice President, when will the report begin? Therefore, even if David didn't want to participate in the report, he still agreed. It's been prepared for a long time. We were just waiting for you. If you have time, then tomorrow. Vice President Balfour also set the time after hearing David's agreement. In fact, a normal report from the invitation of experts to the various preparations would take at least a month in advance. However, the flag prize was about to begin, and many experts were invited. Therefore, it was easy to invite enough experts to participate in a report on planet origin. In addition, the biomaterial alloy's influence had been growing in recent days. As long as there was a rumor, many experts would come even if they weren't invited. Okay, I need to prepare, David agreed. Chapter 6:11. Director Bolivar of the Third Research Institute regretted it. After learning about Arthur's research results, he was extremely dissatisfied with Vice President Balfour's actions. However, since things had already come to this, there was nothing he could do. He could only blame himself for not being smart enough. Director Bolivar also received an invitation to Arthur's research on the impact of biomaterial alloys on the Krypton crystal engine report. Every time Director Bolivar saw the title, he had the urge to slap himself. He had seen the title earlier than Vice President Balfour. At that time, he had only decided to support the project in order to stabilize Arthur, a new research genius. In fact, the 5 million credit points that Director Bolivar had given Arthur were not research expenses, but rather, it was a fee to stabilize Arthur's heart. Director Bolivar understood the thoughts of new researchers very well. The ideal of wanting to do something big was correct, but sometimes there was a huge gap between ideals and reality. Arthur wanted to conduct his own research. This was the common thought of researchers. Director Bolivar wanted to use the 5 million credit points to bring Arthur's ideals back to reality. However, he had never expected that Arthur would actually use that little amount of credit points to produce results. Moreover, he had also received Vice President Balfour's appreciation and was no longer under his management. This extremely influential result had nothing to do with him. Director Bolivar alighted from the hover car and looked at the picturesque Seaside Research Institute. He was very familiar with this place, but today it felt especially unfamiliar. The entrance of the Seaside Research Institute had clearly been redecorated. It was much more imposing than before. Although the staff standing at the entrance recognized Director Bolivar, they still asked him to show his invitation. This made Director Bolivar feel sad. In the past, whenever Director Bolivar came to the Seaside Research Institute, the staff would line the streets to welcome him. Now, he had become a guest. When Director Bolivar entered the conference room, he found that many of the invited researchers had already arrived. They were sitting in their seats and chatting. He found a seat and sat down. Only then did he check out the environment of the conference room. The layout of the conference room was completely different from before. After the renovation, the conference room was much larger. The materials used to decorate the room were all exquisite, raising the level of the entire conference room by several levels. In order to increase David's reputation, Vice President Balfour did not hold a report in a well-known hotel. Instead, he chose the Seaside Research Institute where David worked. The Seaside Research Institute's environment was excellent. With Vice President Balfour's support and a large amount of credit points invested, a high-quality conference room was quickly built. Director Bolivar saw David walk to the front with Vice President Balfour. He could not help but feel amazed by David's achievements. Director Bolivar did not have any opinion of David. David's acceptance of Vice President Balfour's management. David was the passive party in this kind of matter. David was giving a report on the stage, while Director Bolivar was listening quietly below. Just like the reports that David had submitted before, David's report was clear, detailed, and well-worded. During Bolivar's, the Institute was the read. The researchers here had forgotten David's age and were fully immersed in the content of David's lecture. It was as if they were following David in this research. David stood on the stage with peace in his heart. He spoke to hundreds of well-known researchers without any pressure. These researchers would not be able to make him feel pressured. David's attitude also made the researchers at the conference appreciate him even more and increase the impact of the research results. As soon as the report was over, the researchers sent messages to the forces behind them. The next day, the market's response was also very clear. Because hundreds of experts in the research field had participated in the report, people who wanted to know more about the research had a better channel to learn about it. The stock value of traditional space materials companies fell again, this time more frantically than the last time. This also made Vice President Balfour extremely nervous. The Seaside Research Institute's security level was raised. A transcendent was stationed at the Seaside Research Institute to prevent possible accidents. David's research directly smashed the market of traditional space materials. This was under the premise that it had not been put into production. Once it was clear that it could be put into production immediately, the stock value would plummet. Mr. President, your public opinion has fallen sharply recently. You need to choose some achievements for appropriate publicity. In the President's office, Metcalfe's chief of staff suggested to President Lewis, "You're good at this kind of thing. Recommend some publicity plans." President Lewis knew the character of Metcalfe's chief of staff. Since he said so, he must have prepared a plan. "I've been keeping an eye on a research genius recently. This research genius has made a biomaterial alloy that can increase the performance of the Krypton engine by 2%. Vice President Balfour of the Federation Research Institute is also actively planning the flag prize for this research genius. If the president can personally meet this research genius before the flag prize is awarded, it is very likely that the public opinion of the president will change." Metcalfe's chief of staff said to President Lewis without hesitation, "This research genius is very suitable for publicity. Forget about meeting him in advance. You can arrange the rest." President Lewis said in a deep voice. President Lewis had his own ideas. Recently, he had tried not to meet with anyone in private because he had already refused a lot of meetings. If he met with this research genius in private, it would be tantamount to making other people who did not have any arrangements feel uncomfortable. In this regard, President Lewis had more considerations. He would rather not have any achievements than make any mistakes. The most important thing was his safety. The Federation wore God David, who was hiding in the dark, was like a poisonous snake. As long as he did not find David, he would not be able to rest in peace. Once a private meeting was opened, the security risks would increase. Metcalfe's chief of staff sighed inwardly. He understood what President Lewis was thinking. However, such an attitude would make many forces who wanted to join him feel indignant and force them to change their direction of allegiance. "This is what I've prepared. We can let this year's flag prize be awarded in the presidential palace. On the one hand, you won't have to worry about being assassinated in the presidential palace. On the other hand, this is an important way to publicize your closeness to the people." Metcalfe's chief of staff continued to report, "I don't agree with using the presidential palace as the award venue. It's too unsafe." President Lewis shook his head again and refused. Vice President Balfour has the most support right now. It's very likely that he will become the president of the Federation Research Institute in the end. If you can help with the flag prize, then you will be able to gain Vice President Balfour's friendship. This will be of great significance to your election." Metcalfe's chief of staff advised, "The presidential palace won't do. Let's put it here." President Lewis opened a map and pointed. David didn't know what was happening in the presidential palace. These days, he didn't continue his research. Instead, he was constantly attending banquets and holding reports under Vice President Balfour's arrangement. He originally didn't want to attend these events, but in order to win the flag prize, he suppressed his displeasure towards these events and participated in them. On the day of the flag prize award, David didn't cultivate, which was rare. Today, President Lewis would attend the award ceremony and award the winner of the flag prize. The venue was an empty conference hall next to the presidential palace that was sealed off. Because President Lewis increased the security of the presidential palace, some of the offices and private residences next to the presidential palace were forcibly purchased. The relevant companies and individuals were given generous rewards. After the argument between Metcalfe's chief of staff and President Lewis, the two of them had their opinions neutralized. In the end, the location of the flag prize award was chosen in this conference hall that was close to the presidential palace, but not part of the presidential palace. David stood in front of the mirror in the mansion. He looked at the still, somewhat unfamiliar face in the mirror. These days, he had been using Arthur's face. Even his body was Arthur's skinny body. The eyes of Arthur in the mirror flashed with excitement. This was because his plan today was to assassinate President Lewis of the Interstellar Federation. Even if President Lewis couldn't be reelected, as long as he was in power, he would be the highest leader of the Interstellar Federation. To assassinate such a person, David was very excited. Perhaps other people in the Interstellar Federation had an inexplicable feeling toward the president of the Federation, as if he was a great existence that represented them. However, as someone who came from another world, David didn't have such thoughts. He treated President Lewis the same way he treated the previous deputy commander and his enemies. If they dared to make a move against him, then they would have to suffer his revenge. Compared to assassination methods, David believed that no one in the Interstellar Federation could claim to be the second best. Especially since the bald man's god spirit had dissipated, the shadow servant had been greatly strengthened. In terms of strength, it might be able to kill a soldier wearing exoskeleton armor head-on, or it might not be able to deal with a transcendent, but it was not a problem for it to deal with ordinary people. President Lewis, you're dead. David took one last look at himself in the mirror and said softly, revealing his white teeth. David changed into formal clothes. This time, he didn't drive the hover car himself. Instead, a car came to pick him up. This was all arranged by Headmaster Balfour. David didn't refuse. If everything went smoothly, his identity as Arthur would probably end today. Although David was very satisfied with his identity as Arthur, there was a problem with his cultivation. He needed to go to Warstar to visit Baron Du Bois and Knight Millet to ask for their guidance. Therefore, David was prepared to abandon his identity as Arthur and return to being Major General David after dealing with the big problem of President Lewis. David sat in the hover car. The shadow attendant flew out of the hover car, allowing him to see the scenery outside. The lockdown around the presidential palace hadn't ended yet. After checking David's identity bracelet, the hover car he was in entered the lockdown area of the presidential palace. When he got out of the hover car and saw some familiar faces, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because David saw two of the top 3 finalists for the flag prize. He realized that one couldn't attend the award ceremony with a 100% chance of winning the flag prize. Thinking about it, the flag prize only had a list of finalists, and the final results would only be announced during the award ceremony. David also saw some big names in the research world and a few reporters from the government. Of course, there weren't many people who could actually attend the award ceremony. In fact, professional awards like the flag prize didn't pay much attention to the award ceremony. Not many people paid attention to it anyway. This was even more so this time. The conference hall arranged by the presidential palace couldn't hold that many people. If it wasn't for the president personally attending, not many people would pay attention to the award ceremony. People in the research field only wanted to know who won the flag prize. As for the award ceremony, it wasn't as interesting as an experiment. In the past, the flag prize would even announce the results of the flag prize. There was no award ceremony. The winner would just go to the presidential palace to receive the flag prize directly from the president. In the end, there was only one sentence in the news report. Who was the winner of the flag prize? The president would personally present the flag prize. Vice President Balfour was sitting in the front row. When he saw David walk in, he stood up and waved his hand. "Arthur, you're here. Let me introduce you." Vice President Balfour had done so in order to demonstrate his relationship with Arthur on this occasion, a closeness that would dispel some of his competitors' unrealistic ideas. "Vice President, hello." David walked in front of Vice President Balfour and greeted him first. Then, he began to size up the people next to Vice President Balfour. Those who could sit with Vice President Balfour were naturally big shots in the research field. There were 3 vice presidents of the Federation Research Institute and 4 grandmasters of the research system. Of course, 2 of the vice presidents were competitors with Vice President Balfour. Therefore, when the 2 vice presidents looked at David, they didn't show too much enthusiasm, but they also didn't show too much indifference. They had the attitude of a politician. David also sat in the front row. There was a seat specially arranged for him. Next to him were two other researchers who had entered the semifinals. The two researchers didn't have any ill intentions towards him because of their competition. Instead, they took the initiative to greet him. David couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps only pure researchers were pure. Vice President Balfour and the other two vice presidents used to be researchers, but once they entered politics, their minds became complicated. They were no longer as pure as before. Originally, with David's reputation in the field of research, it would never be his turn to sit in the front row. However, this time, he and the other two researchers were the main characters. Naturally, they sat in the front row. David sensed that there were at least 20 transcendent people nearby. These transcendent auras couldn't hide from David at all. The more transcendent there were, the more excited David became. One had to know that as long as President Lewis went out, there would naturally be transcendent consecrators to protect him. This kind of lineup could only be attended by President Lewis. David already knew that President Lewis would personally present the flag prize, but he still felt a little uneasy without actually seeing it. Chapter 6:12. At this time, the host began to introduce the three researchers who participated in the competition for the flag prize. He mentioned their proudest achievements. Only David's past achievements couldn't be mentioned at all. It was just a research project that wasn't that difficult. As for the other two researchers, each of them had many research results, as well as some past awards. Under the host's introduction, the two researchers stood up and cooperated with the introduction. When it came to David, the host tried his best to reduce the introduction of other aspects of David's work. Instead, he introduced the research results of the impact of biomaterial alloy on Krypton crystal engine. At this time, David also stood up, but his actual mind wasn't here at all. He was entering the shadow attendant's body. Under David's control, the shadow attendant passed through the wall and searched within a range of 100 meters. President Lewis's appearance was easy to recognize because President Lewis often appeared on camera. As long as one checked the Skynet, they could get a lot of information about President Lewis, including videos of President Lewis. David believed that at this time, President Lewis should be resting nearby. He could use the shadow attendant to assassinate President Lewis. Next, let's welcome President Lewis to announce the final results of the flag prize. President Lewis will personally award the winner. David was controlling the shadow attendant with his mind when he heard the host's words. He couldn't help but be happy. At this time, he also controlled the shadow attendant to come to a room near the conference hall. There was a dressing table in the room. There was a person sitting in front of the dressing table. David couldn't help but be overjoyed. It was President Lewis. Next to President Lewis was a professional makeup artist. There wasn't even a security guard in this dressing room. Only the makeup artist was still making some adjustments to President Lewis's face. David didn't hesitate, and the shadow attendant appeared behind President Lewis. Under David's control, the shadow attendant took out a level 3 military knife from the space ring. This level 3 military knife appeared out of thin air, but because of the angle, the makeup artist couldn't see the shadow attendant's movements. Ever since the shadow attendant's strength had been increased to that of a normal person's, there was much more room to maneuver. President Lewis was sitting in a chair with a back. He was leaning against the back of the chair while the makeup artist worked on his face. Under David's control, the shadow attendant stabbed the third-grade military knife into the back of the chair. First, it pierced through President Lewis's spine and then into his heart. The whole process was so fast that the makeup artist didn't notice anything. As for President Lewis, he didn't even have the slightest reaction. Because the rank 3 military knife pierced through his spine first, by the time he felt it, his body had already lost its ability to move. After that, his heart was destroyed, instantly killing President Lewis. After the shadow attendant absorbed the soul, David controlled the shadow attendant to put away the level 3 military knife and return to his side. At this time, everyone in the conference hall was still waiting for President Lewis to appear, so they didn't know what was happening in the side room. "It's your turn." A transcendent consecrator who was guarding outside the door opened the door of the dressing room and said as he walked in. However, his eyes suddenly focused. He just happened to see the bloodstains on President Lewis's back. At this time, the makeup artist also reacted and was about to open his mouth to scream. The transcendent consecrator's aura surged, making the makeup artist unable to breathe and unable to make a sound. Silence. The transcendent consecrator softly shouted. The makeup artist nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. Mr. Metcalf, something has happened. We need you to come over and deal with it. The transcendent consecrator opened his identity bracelet and reported. Then, the transcendent consecrator began to inspect the scene. When he saw the military knife on President Lewis's back, his eyes flashed with confusion. This knife had clearly just been stabbed, and the state of the blood proved this point. But that was where the strangeness came from. He and the other transcendent consecrator had been waiting outside the door the entire time. They were certain that no one had entered through the door at that time. How did the assassin sneak into the dressing room, kill President Lewis, and then leave without a sound? The transcendent consecrator observed the situation around him, but couldn't find any clues. The situation in the room was as if the assassin had appeared out of thin air, then disappeared into thin air after succeeding. Metcalf's aide quickly walked into the dressing room and looked at the corpse on the chair. He didn't have the panic of a president being killed, but rather a worried expression. How is it? Metcalf's aide asked the transcendent consecrator, a super expert. In all my years, I've never heard of an assassin who could perform an assassination like this. He didn't leave a single trace. There was only one stab from beginning to end. Because the stab was so fast, he didn't even have a chance to react when he died. The transcendent consecrator shook his head and sighed. Tell the host to announce the suspension of the flag prize. All participants must be re-examined and have their identities checked. Metcalf's aide said with a frown. He knew very well in his heart who had done this, but he couldn't say anything. This transcendent consecrator was only a government consecrator. He wasn't President Lewis's personal transcendent consecrator like the 10 transcendent consecrators who had died, so there were some things he couldn't say. Metcalf's aide also understood the consequences of re-examining the identities of all participants, especially those who had their bodies checked. All the participants here were important figures in the research community. As long as this was done, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among these people. President Lewis's influence in the Federation Research Institute had been greatly affected by President Constable's death. Doing this now would only worsen the impact. However, the threat of Federation war god David was even greater, now that he was certain that David was among these people. How could Metcalf's aide let go of such a good opportunity? Metcalf's aide glanced at the corpse on the chair again. He couldn't imagine what he would face if this corpse really was President Lewis. That's right. The person who had come to attend the flag prize ceremony today wasn't President Lewis himself, but a substitute for President Lewis. President Lewis had insisted on not leaving the presidential palace, but in order to win over Vice President Balfour of the Federation Research Institute, as well as to strengthen his image of being close to the people, he had sent a substitute. Using a substitute was something that could be done, but it couldn't be said out loud. Now that the substitute had died here, he couldn't say anything to the researchers outside, because the consequences would be equally serious if he did say anything. Everyone, we've just received a notice that President Lewis can't attend the ceremony due to security reasons. The Federation Intelligence Bureau suspects that there are assassins hiding among the guests, so we need to re-examine everyone's identities and check everyone's belongings. Please cooperate, the host said with a bad expression. Boom! Everyone in the meeting suddenly stood up, and a clamor sounded in the conference hall. There were 4 vice presidents of the Federation Research Institute in the conference hall, as well as many elites of the Federation's research community. The host's words were simply trampling the entire research community under his feet. So what if he was the president of the Federation? In their eyes, that position was the most important thing. As for the person sitting in that position, it changed every 10 years or so. Who cared if he lost his position? President Lewis looked impressive, but everyone knew that there was almost no chance of him being reelected in the next election. If President Lewis only wanted to verify his identity, everyone could reluctantly accept it. However, he wanted to check everyone's belongings, which was a bit too much. Every researcher had their own research record, which was usually a small recording device. Although it was useless to ordinary people, for researchers, it was a drop of their wisdom. It was a secret that couldn't be shared with anyone. If they were asked to hand over their belongings for inspection, they would have to hand over the recording device. Therefore, all the researchers present were extremely angry. Call President Lewis out to explain. Vice President Balfour's face was also filled with anger as he said loudly, "I'm sorry, President Lewis has an urgent matter and has returned to the presidential palace. Please cooperate." The host's face was also ugly. He didn't want to encounter such a situation, so he could only persuade them. David was stunned when he heard this. President Lewis had returned to the presidential palace? He pierced President Lewis's heart through the shadow attendant's hand, and even his soul was absorbed by the shadow attendant. How could President Lewis still be alive? Thinking of this, he controlled the shadow attendant to fly to the dressing room again. He saw a transcendent grabbing President Lewis's corpse with one hand and was about to stuff it into the space bracer. Using this opportunity, David saw President Lewis's face. He also saw President Lewis's face before. Because there was a makeup artist putting on President Lewis's makeup at that time, he didn't pay attention to the details of President Lewis's face. Now, through the shadow attendant's eyes, he carefully observed and found a lot of problems. David also has the makeup master ability. As long as he observed carefully, he found that President Lewis's face had a lot of traces of makeup that changed the shape of his face. If it was the real President Lewis, then he wouldn't have put on makeup at all. He would only cover up the flaws on his face, making his face look more energetic and youthful. David was very angry. He planned for so long to assassinate President Lewis. He didn't expect President Lewis to use a substitute to attend the award ceremony, causing his plan to fail. At the same time, David also understood why the government asked for everyone to be checked. They wanted to find the killer. After knowing this, David immediately asked the shadow attendant to return to his side. He gently raised his finger, and the space ring on his finger disappeared into thin air. The space ring on his finger was grabbed by the shadow attendant and hidden in the air. This was also the only thing that could expose his identity. As long as the space ring was hidden, David didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Vice President Balfour and several other high-ranking bigwigs negotiated with the government. These people's identities couldn't really do anything to the government, and this was an area controlled by the presidential palace. No matter how much trouble they caused here, it wouldn't end well. However, it wasn't clear what these bigwigs would do afterward. Now, after they coordinated with the presidential palace's security personnel and got a guarantee that they would only scan the body and not conduct a personal search, they began to ask everyone to cooperate. David was in the first row, so he was the first to be checked. He came to the scanner and let the security personnel scan him several times. With the sniper master ability to hide his aura, as long as he wasn't in combat, the scanner couldn't detect his strength at all. In fact, it was a personal inspection. The body under his clothes didn't look like the body that had been trained by Kaji. His thin and weak body was very compatible with his identity as a researcher. Arthur, Vice Dean Balfour waved at David, who had completed the examination and found that there were no problems. "Vice President, what's the matter?" David came to Vice President Balfour and asked. He had to be careful with his attitude now. He still needed to keep the identity of Arthur for a while. As long as he stayed on planet Origin, he was confident that he could assassinate President Lewis. No matter what, President Lewis couldn't always hide in the presidential palace. If he did, he wouldn't be president for long. Impeachment alone could force him to step down early. "Arthur, the winner of the flag prize this time is you. Originally, President Lewis should have told you this news to show the glory, but President Lewis isn't qualified to give the award, so we've decided to inform you directly. Later, we'll give you the medal and certificate," Vice President Balfour said helplessly. What was supposed to be a grand meeting of the research community was ruined by President Lewis. David's moment of glory had turned into a ridiculous farce, which made Vice President Balfour very angry. "Thank you. Without your support, I wouldn't have been able to complete the research." David immediately thanked him. He said this in front of the other big shots of the research community, giving Vice President Balfour enough face. "This is all because of your genius research talent. You'll have more achievements in the future. Don't let down the flag prize," Vice President Balfour said with a satisfied smile. On the other side, Metcalfe's aide was watching closely. He carefully looked at everyone who was being inspected, hoping to find something. However, after everyone was checked, the scanner didn't find any suspicious people. All of the participants were reputable researchers in the research field. It was almost impossible to impersonate such people and appear among the same peers without being discovered. Could it be a mistake? Metcalfe's aide softly muttered to himself. However, he quickly shook his head. Things couldn't be so coincidental. During the flag prize award ceremony, President Lewis's substitute was assassinated. Apart from the participants, there were no outsiders. One had to know that for the safety of this place, both the sky and the ground were densely packed with security equipment. All kinds of scanners were constantly working to ensure that no life forms would approach this place. Send a list of names here to the Intelligence Bureau. Have them investigate one by one according to the list and find anything suspicious. Metcalfe's aide turned around and ordered the people beside him. A lot of information could be investigated through the Federation Intelligence Bureau. This was the last thing he could do. Chapter 613. In space, a strange aircraft was traveling. The reason why this aircraft was strange was because it was not an aircraft from the Interstellar Federation. The entire aircraft was made of special wood. There were many patterns engraved on the surface of the wood. There was energy surging within these patterns, making the giant boat-like aircraft feel strange. This was a galactic flying ship from the great world of God. Its mission was to escort an ambassador from the great world of God. Around the starry sky, flying ship, there was a complete military fleet escorting it. This was not only an escort, but also a type of surveillance. With the strength of the great world of God, as long as a super strong person appeared, it was enough to destroy all the forces on a planet. The only thing that the Interstellar Federation had to keep in check was the space fleet. Regardless of whether there was a super strong person on the other side, they would be wary and would not dare to joke around with their lives. In a luxurious room on the galactic flying ship, 3 people were drinking and chatting. Priest Forbes said in a deep voice, "Every time I come to the Interstellar Federation, it makes me feel uncomfortable. There is no presence of God here. It is filled with a sense of guilt." Priests were highly respected in the great world of God. Although they did not have any actual power, many important matters required the participation of priests. This time, Priest Forbes came with a mission, and Minister Gershwin next to him was the main executor of this mission. Ambassador Cameron smiled bitterly and reminded, "Priest Forbes, we are already close to the origin planet of the Interstellar Federation. Please be careful of your words." Although Ambassador Cameron represented the great world of God in the Interstellar Federation, his position in the great world of God was not high. Because he worked in the Interstellar Federation all year round, very few people were willing to take the job of an ambassador. Priest Forbes nodded and said, "I will be careful." Minister Gershwin said with a smile, "I did not expect the Luce family to hide their last direct descendant in the Interstellar Federation. Old Luce is really bold." Minister Gershwin's full title was Minister of Noble Affairs. He was a minister who specialized in managing noble affairs. The Luce family was an ancient family in the great world of God, with a history of 10,000 years. Their ancestor was one of the 500 knight protectors of the great world of God and had an extremely high reputation. The 500 knight protectors were the saviors of the great world of God. When the insectoids invaded, 500 knight protectors had been in the area near Warstar. When the insectoids invaded, 500 knights formed a knight legion and attacked the insectoids. That battle became the most glorious history of the great world of God. It was also that battle that showed the might of the great world of God, letting the insectoids know the terror of the great world of God. The 500 Night Protectors paid a huge price, and only 12 Night Protectors survived. Moreover, the 12 Night Protectors were collectively promoted in that battle and became sovereigns. These 12 Night Protectors became the heroes of the great world of God, and the other 488 Night Protectors who fought with them were remembered by the world. The bravery of the Night Protectors was recognized by the gods, and their family was given a different meaning. Unfortunately, 10,000 years had passed, and the glory of the past had become a thing of the past. An ancient family, like the Luce family, seemed to have been cursed. There were not many members in the family, and their influence had become extremely weak. The Luce family was still relatively good, and they still existed to this day. Most of the ancient families in the past 10,000 years had disappeared. There is only one reason for the disappearance of these ancient families, and that was that they had lost their heirs, and their titles had disappeared. Although the Luce family still had the title of Baron, other than their ancestral property that could not be sold, they did not have many assets. They could only be considered to be at death's door. These 10 years have been a decade of bad luck for the Luce family. During these 10 years, 2 of the few heirs in the family had died one after another. Old Luce had also collapsed due to excessive grief. Before he died, he revealed the family's secret and asked the noble firm to bring back the last direct descendant of the Luce family to inherit the Luce family. If it were any other family, they would have disappeared without a trace. However, the Luce family was different. This ancient family was recognized by the gods, so as long as there was a single heir, they would not disappear. This was also the reason why the Minister of Noble Affairs had come from the distant great world of God to the Interstellar Federation's planet of origin. He had come to find the heir of the Luce family. Priest Forbes was the witness. Priest Forbes could verify the bloodline of the heir mentioned by Old Luce to verify whether or not they were the Luce family bloodline. Of the 500 ancient families, only 10 are left. If the Luce family also disappears, the number of ancient families will be less than 2 digits. Ambassador Cameron sighed. Legend has it that the 500 ancient families were cursed by the insectoids. It's a curse that can last for 10,000 years. Could it be? The Minister of Noble Affairs suddenly stopped. The Minister of Noble Affairs was about to say that only the gods had this ability, but with Priest Forbes here, he couldn't say this in front of him. There's no need to worry. It's inevitable that the insectoids have gods. Priest Forbes smiled and waved his hand. The planet of origin is right in front of us. We're here. Ambassador Cameron said as he looked at the display screen in front of him. Although it was similar to the Interstellar Federation screen, the principles behind the two were completely different. The great world of God and the Interstellar Federation had been in an alliance for 10,000 years. Although there was a huge difference in civilization between the two, some functions could still be achieved through different civilizations. For example, this starship had the same flight ability as the Federation spaceship. However, the starship's attacks weren't strong. It only had a few energy ball attacks. The real power was still the night. In space, the Federation's battleships had the ability to destroy the starship at any time, but in close combat, they would be ravaged by the enemy's night. Of course, the Federation's battleships wouldn't give the starship a chance to get close. This was why the Interstellar Federation had always been in control of space. When the starship approached the planet of origin, the space fleet guarding the starship didn't continue to follow. Instead, they stopped in space and waited for the starship to leave. Their mission was to ensure the safety of the starship. This was a diplomatic mission, so they couldn't be careless. The starship descended toward the planet of origin. An energy shield rose around the starship, so it wouldn't be affected by the high temperature. 3 days after the assassination of President Lewis's substitute, David also received the Flag Award. He sat in his office and looked at the medal with Flag's bust on it and the certificate on the side. He wasn't as happy as he thought he would be. For David, if he could exchange the Flag Award for a meeting with President Lewis, he would be willing to hand it over at any time. Unfortunately, He lost the best opportunity, and he didn't know when he would get another one. David suddenly felt his bloodline power tremble slightly, as if it sensed something, but it quickly calmed down. However, his senses were very sharp, and he immediately noticed the abnormality of his bloodline power. David doubtfully used his mental power to sense the situation in his body, but he didn't find anything abnormal. The dark red substance in his spine had already affected all of his spines. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't affect his body at all, he would have thought that there was a big problem. David shook his head. This bloodline power was too mysterious. Even if it was in his body, he couldn't completely control it. Luckily, he had the skeleton of a battle angel, which allowed him to subdue the bloodline power. Otherwise, his body would have already collapsed like those people who wanted to take other people's bloodlines for their own. However, although this bloodline power was good, it was suppressed by shackles. David's sense of time was very accurate. As soon as it was time to get off work, he stood up and said to himself, "It's time to get off work." Ever since he received the Flag Award, he had lost his motivation. Although he continued to do new research, he didn't work hard anymore. Research wasn't what he wanted to do in the first place. Because he had just received the Grandmaster Researcher ability, the little bit of interest he had also disappeared with the end of the 2 research projects. David drove the hover car back to the villa. When he arrived at the entrance, he saw 2 transcendent and 3 people in special clothes. He couldn't help but frown, wondering if someone had come to buy rank 4 equipment again. David got off the hover car. As soon as he got off, 2 of the 5 people stared at him as if they wanted to study him. "Are you Mr. Arthur?" Ambassador Cameron bowed to David and asked. "Yes, may I know who you are?" David returned the bow and asked, "I'm Ambassador Cameron from the great world of God. The 2 transcendent beside me were sent by the Federation government to assist us. They came from the great world of God and have some matters to discuss with you. May I know if you can come in?" Ambassador Cameron introduced with a smile. David thought to himself, the only thing that his identity as Arthur had to do with the great world of God was his birth. One must know that Arthur was targeted by Dean Constable because of his birth. In the end, Dean Constable extracted Arthur's bloodline power. "Of course, please come in." David knew that it was useless to think too much, so he opened the door and invited them in. After sitting down in the hall, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes scanned the furnishings in the hall and looked at each other. After they came to Planet of Origin, they communicated with the Federation government and obtained information about Arthur. Arthur's assets were included. Although Arthur's assets were not much now, his future assets would be enough for him to squander for the rest of his life. The total assets of the Luce family could not compare to Arthur's assets in the Federation, let alone the assets brought by Arthur's alloy. Now, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes were very worried that Arthur would not return to the great world of God. It was easy to judge who would give up a better life to take over a life that was not as good as his current one. Moreover, he would go to a completely different world with a different language. "Hello, Mr. Arthur," the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said to David. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs did not speak the Confederation language, but the language of the gods. He did not know the Confederation language. On one hand, Ambassador Cameron's mission was to guide them, and, on the other hand, he was to translate. "Hello. Welcome to Planet of Origin," David replied with a smile. Ambassador Cameron, who was about to translate, was shocked. He did not expect David to know the Federation language. However, after thinking about it, since Old Luce was able to send Arthur to the Interstellar Federation, he would definitely be prepared. He would not let Arthur, who was born in the great world of God, not know his own language. In fact, the original Arthur did not know the Federation language because Old Luce did not want Arthur to return to the great world of God. Old Luce originally wanted to keep a part of his family's bloodline in the Interstellar Federation. On one hand, the Luce family was in big trouble, so sending Arthur away was for Arthur's safety. On the other hand, he wanted to see if the Interstellar Federation would remove the curse on his family so that Arthur could have more descendants in the Interstellar Federation. However, Old Luce did not expect things to develop like this. Before he died, He could only reveal Arthur's information so that his family would not disappear. That's great. I did not expect Mr. Arthur to speak the Federation language so well. This makes me feel relieved. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a smile. He was truly happy that Arthur was able to learn the Federation language to this extent. He was no different from a real person from the great world of God. This meant that Arthur had a lot of feelings for the great world of God. Otherwise, Arthur would not have spent so much effort to learn the Federation language. It should be known that the Federation language and the Federation language belonged to two different worlds. The language systems of the two were completely different, so it was extremely difficult to learn. Without a lot of enthusiasm, it was impossible to do this. David smiled. He knew where his Federation language came from. It was obtained from killing an informant from the great world of God. That informant was extremely weak. It was because of this that the Federation language became that informant's strongest ability. After that, although David also killed people from the great world of God, there were no more Federation language knowledge, orbs. I'm the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. Do you know your background? The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs continued to ask. Yes, I know. David nodded and replied. He did not care whether his predecessor knew or not, but he knew because it was the result of Dean Constable's investigation. Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Your father, Patriarch Luce, has passed away due to illness. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs told David the news in a low voice. David had some guesses about why the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs came here, but he did not expect Patriarch Luce, who was Arthur's father, to die. Chapter 614. The Luce family currently has no successor in the great world of God. Mr. Arthur is the last successor of the Luce family. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said to David, You mean I have a legacy to inherit? David didn't show any signs of sadness. He didn't need to feel sad about what happened to the Luce family. So he simply asked. Even the real Arthur wouldn't feel too sad for someone he had never met. Arthur was sent to the Interstellar Federation when he was young and was raised by his adoptive father, Muni Transcendent. Arthur's feelings for his father were all placed in Muni Transcendent. When Muni Transcendent died, his feelings for his father were hidden. Yes, you have the right to inherit everything from the Luce family. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a nod. He did not have any opinions about David's attitude. He had read Arthur's information and knew that he was a lonely young man. Perhaps his adoptive father's death had made him believe that his father was dead. It was normal that old Luce's death did not affect Arthur. Besides, his mission was to prevent the Luce family from disappearing. He did not need to ask about anything else. What can I inherit? David asked curiously. Mr. Arthur, before I answer this question, I need to verify your identity. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a smile. Is there a need to do a genetic test? David's heart stirred, and he could not help but ask. If he did a genetic test, he did not know if this body could hide from the genetic testing equipment. He did not know how much the power of the bloodline affected the body and whether it had reached the genetic level. Genetic testing is the technology of the Interstellar Federation. The great world of God has a simpler method. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs replied with a smile. David did not have any resistance to the test. This made the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs very happy. His job was also much easier. This Minister Forbes is here to verify whether your bloodline is of the Luce family. Please be assured that there is no danger in this test. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said, All right, I accept. David glanced at the two Transcendent beside him. He knew that the Minister of Noble Affairs would not lie to him in front of the two Transcendent, so he accepted the offer. David was still a little worried about the genetic test, but when it came to the bloodline test, he didn't have to worry at all. Priest Forbes stepped forward and stood in front of David. He reached out with his right hand and took out a transparent crystal from his robe. Then, he used his mind to draw a rune on it. Mr. Arthur, please drip your blood on it. Priest Forbes requested in a deep voice. David didn't refuse. He took out a fruit knife from his side and stabbed his finger hard. Mr. Arthur, you don't need much blood. Just one drop will do. When Priest Forbes saw that David was so ruthless and heavy-handed, He thought that there was something wrong with what he said. "I got it." David placed his finger on the transparent crystal and dripped his blood on it. Then he took out something to wrap his wound. He had no choice. With his powerful recovery ability, if he did not stab it deeper, the wound would heal before the blood dripped out. The reason why David immediately covered the wound was to prevent the people present from seeing that his wound was healing quickly. In fact, he had carefully covered the wound to hide the changes in the wound. Otherwise, even if the wound was still there, it would still be discovered. When David's blood dripped on the transparent crystal, a white light immediately rose. The white light rose higher and higher, and at the same time, it became extremely thick. It was like a pillar erected above the transparent crystal. There was also the shadow of a leopard on the pillar. Priest Forbes, the Minister of Noble Affairs, and Ambassador Cameron all widened their eyes in disbelief. Is old Luce crazy? He actually sent such a genius to the Interstellar Federation? The Minister of Noble Affairs shouted. The Minister of Noble Affairs had seen many geniuses, but he had never seen anyone with such a powerful bloodline power. If old Luce were still alive, even the Minister of Noble Affairs would want to yell in his face. With such a bloodline power, if he was nurtured in the great world of God from a young age, he would at least be an Earth Knight. That's not right. Arthur's body is so thin and weak. "Mr. Arthur, can I touch your skin?" Priest Forbes asked doubtfully. With such a powerful bloodline power, even if he did not cultivate, his body would be stronger than an ordinary Kaji. It was impossible for him to have such a thin and weak body. Sure, David did not mind. He extended his right hand in front of Priest Forbes. Priest Forbes waved his finger in the air, and a pattern fell on the back of David's right hand. The pattern changed on the back of David's hand. Forbidden blood pattern. Arthur's bloodline power has been sealed. No wonder his body is so weak. Priest Forbes observed the changes in the pattern and said with certainty, "You have verified my identity. Can you tell me what I will inherit?" David did not pay attention to Priest Forbes' words. He already knew that Arthur's bloodline power had been sealed. "Of course, Mr. Arthur. You have been verified to have the Luce family's bloodline. You will inherit the barren title of the Luce family, the shadow leopard emblem, an ancient castle, 10 plantations, a winery, and everything in the Luce family's treasury." The Minister of Noble Affairs did not say anything else this time. "You mean that I will go to the great world of God?" When David heard about the inheritance, he also understood the meaning behind the words of the Minister of Noble Affairs. The ancient castle, plantations, and winery were all in the great world of God. Even the barren title and the shadow leopard emblem could only be used in the great world of God. At first, David thought that there was a fortune for him to inherit. He could accept it on behalf of Arthur. However, he hesitated when it came to go to the great world of God. Although he was in a lot of trouble, it was not to the point where he had to go to the great world of God. He had the identity of Arthur to hide, so he could live and train in safety. "Yes, Mr. Arthur, you have to go to the great world of God to obtain these." The Minister of Noble Affairs nodded. David did not speak, but everyone could see his hesitation. "Mr. Arthur, I can remove the forbidden blood pattern on your body. You can feel the effects of the bloodline power." Priest Forbes said with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." David was overjoyed. Whether or not he went to the great world of God to inherit the Luce family, it would be a waste not to take advantage of this. The forbidden blood pattern is very shallow. In fact, you only need to learn a knight's training method. When you become an apprentice knight, you will be able to remove the forbidden blood pattern on your body. Priest Forbes explained with a smile. He waved his finger, and a pattern appeared in the air. The pattern flew into David's body. David felt the bloodline power in his body tremble. The trembling became more and more intense, as if his whole body was about to boil. Boiling hot energy flowed out from his spine. This energy would strengthen his body whenever it flowed through any part of his body. David was surprised to find that the scalding energy made his muscles swell. His thin body quickly filled up, and firm muscles appeared on his body. This wasn't a change, but a true growth. David's Arthur body was based on the genes in Arthur's bloodline. Now, that the genes changed under the influence of the bloodline power, his body also changed accordingly. Of course, David's true strength didn't change. His strength had long reached the limit of this body. This wasn't something that could be changed by increasing his muscles. How is it? Are there any changes? Priest Forbes asked with a smile. In fact, he didn't even need to ask. Just by looking at David's body, he could see that it was different from before. What a miraculous bloodline power. David couldn't help but praise. This is only the basic influence of the bloodline power. The Luce family has a knight's training method passed down from ancient times. It can fully display the bloodline power. You can be stronger and faster than the transcendent. Priest Forbes continued. He glanced at the two transcendent at the side, but the two transcendent ignored him. The two transcendent showed dissatisfaction on the surface, but in their hearts, they acknowledged this point. The knight class was different from the transcendent. Knights needed the support of the bloodline power, but once a knight became a true knight, their strength would be comparable to the transcendent. Knight rank was only the first stage of knight training. There were even stronger knights beyond that. They were much stronger than the transcendent, who had no room for improvement at this stage. At this time, David really hesitated. If he could have a complete knight's training method, then he could use the bloodline power in his body to become a knight. He had seen the strength of a knight, especially a knight like Baron Du Bois, who could contend against a rank 4 Zerg. It had left a deep impression on him. In the past, David had fantasized that he would be as strong as Baron Du Bois, but a knight required a bloodline power to become a knight. Because of this, almost all the Federation's chances of becoming a knight were cut off. Knights only belonged to the great world of God. If he stayed in the Interstellar Federation, David would not be able to squander his wealth no matter how much he squandered it. However, if he went to the great world of God, it would be an unknown world. Who knew how much trouble would be waiting for him? However, David was unwilling. He did not want to just become a transcendent. No matter how strong a transcendent was, there was still a limit. However, he did not know where the limits of knight lay. He had even seen a knight who could contend against a rank 5 Zerg. However, a transcendent could barely deal with a rank 3 Zerg. Even if they had the best equipment and strength, a transcendent would not be able to contend against a rank 4 Zerg. The gap between the two professions was too big. It was so big that David's heart was constantly leaning towards a knight. Yes, although the Luce family has declined, they have a complete knight's legacy. This is a good thing that many families do not have. Moreover, it is a cultivation method that is compatible with your bloodline. Even if you find a way to cultivate a knight in the future, you have to consider whether it is compatible with your bloodline power. If you miss this opportunity, it will be too late to regret it in the future. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs' words were full of temptation. If I agree to go to the great world of God, what will happen to my identity and wealth in the Federation? David asked again. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. Since David was able to ask this question, it meant that he had accepted the proposal to go to the great world of God. Your identity in the Federation cannot be retained, but your wealth can be exchanged through the great world of God's embassy. Although the exchange rate is lower, this is the only place where you can exchange your wealth. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs pointed at Ambassador Cameron and explained to David. To be honest, David did not care about Arthur's identity in the Interstellar Federation at all. He was just a researcher. Even if he won the flag prize, it was not as good as a chance to inherit a knight's legacy. David heard from a Minister of Aristocratic Affairs that the cultivation method needed to be compatible with his bloodline power. He did not know what would happen if the cultivation method and bloodline power were not compatible, but at the very least, it would result in twice the effort for half the result. He could not help but feel lucky that he did not practice the knight's breathing method recklessly. Without knowing the cultivation system of the great world of God, it was extremely dangerous to practice an unknown cultivation method. Ambassador Cameron, how much wealth in the great world of God can I exchange for with my wealth? David turned to Ambassador Cameron and asked. 100 million Federation credits can be exchanged for 10,000 divine gold coins. Your wealth can be exchanged for about 100,000 divine gold coins. Ambassador Cameron calculated Arthur's wealth clearly and immediately gave a number. When David heard this ratio, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Do you really think divine gold coins are made of real gold? He thought to himself, but he immediately realized that divine gold coins should be made of real gold just from the name alone. Actually, this ratio is already very fair. For the great world of God, credits are not very useful. If we want to get credits, we don't need to use this method at all. As long as we bring some items from the great world of God, we can exchange them for a large amount of credits. Ambassador Cameron saw through David's thoughts and explained with a smile. Then what about my income from the biomaterial alloy? David asked again. The income from the biomaterial alloy was an immeasurable amount of wealth. It was much more than Arthur's original wealth of 10 billion. This can only be converted to you after the income is received. It is impossible to pay in advance. Ambassador Cameron also knew about this income, so he replied. David nodded and fell in a deep thought. Chapter 6:15. David knew that this was a rare opportunity. After knowing that he had obtained Arthur's bloodline power, he had the idea of learning the great world of God's training system. He had long yearned for the great world of God's training system. Perhaps ordinary Kaji didn't know, but at the level of transcendent, he knew that the Interstellar Federation's training system was born out of the great world of God's training system. The Interstellar Federation's training system focused more on the blessing of external objects, while the great world of God's training system was more mysterious. David's understanding of it was only that he had seen night fights. In the past, David's hopes for the great world of God's training system were still on Baron Du Bois and Night Millet, but this hope wasn't high. This was because even if Baron Du Bois and Night Millet were willing to teach him some night training methods, they wouldn't be too advanced. In the end, David wasn't a direct descendant of their family, so it was impossible for them to teach him advanced training methods. Even if they didn't care about their family's inheritance and taught it to David, whether it would be compatible with David's bloodline was also a problem. David didn't know this before. After learning about it from the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, he gave up on the idea of relying on Baron Du Bois and Night Millet to obtain the great world of God's training system. If he didn't want to become the strongest, then learning a training method that didn't fit his bloodline power or a low-level training method was fine. However, David didn't want to become an ordinary knight. He was still young and had time. He hoped that he could get a better opportunity. This might be the only time in his life that David could come in contact with a training method that perfectly fit his bloodline power. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another one. David thought of the powerful knight, a knight who could fight against a level 5 insectoid. With just a doppelganger, he could carry them through the insectoid territory of the Battlestar without fear. Minister of Noble Affairs, I agree to head to the great world of God to inherit the House of Luce. David looked up at the Minister of Noble Affairs and made his decision. A smile appeared on the face of the Minister of Noble Affairs. Priest Forbes, who was beside him, also relaxed. As long as David agreed, their mission would be completed. At the very least, the ancient families couldn't become a minority in their generation. This was a family that the gods paid attention to. Even if they were in dire straits, their symbolic significance was extremely important. Mr. Arthur, I'll go to the great world of God for you immediately, Ambassador Cameron said with a smile. To David's surprise, Ambassador Cameron extended his arm. On his wrist was an identity bracelet of the Interstellar Federation. Ambassador Cameron skillfully operated the identity bracelet and clicked on it. Soon, David's identity bracelet received a letter of consent for the disposal of assets. David glanced at it and found that all his assets would be handed over to Ambassador Cameron for disposal. The subsequent income from the assets would also be handled by Ambassador Cameron. The letter of consent was probably in a standard format. It only increased the subsequent income from the biomaterial alloy. If it weren't for the fact that these assets would be converted into divine gold coins for the great world of God, he wouldn't care about the income. David's credit points in the Interstellar Federation had long exceeded 1 trillion, but the amount of credit points he had actually used was very little. This time, when he went to the great world of God to inherit the Luce family, the divine gold coins would definitely be useful. Therefore, he carefully read the letter of consent. After confirming that there were no problems, he used the identity bracelet to confirm the letter of consent. Mr. Arthur, thank you for your trust. Next, I'll go through the procedures for the transfer of your identity. Please wait for a moment. Ambassador Cameron saw that David quickly confirmed the letter of consent and continued with a smile. His finger was fiddling with the identity bracelet, but halfway through, his expression changed. David glanced at the screen. It showed that when Ambassador Cameron applied to the Interstellar Federation government for the transfer of Arthur's identity, it indicated that the citizen was a special citizen and was not allowed to transfer his identity. I'll go out and contact them. Ambassador Cameron stood up and apologized to David, the Minister of Noble Affairs, and Priest Forbes. David could see that Ambassador Cameron was in trouble. He moved his heart, and the shadow attendant followed behind Ambassador Cameron. I am Ambassador Cameron of the great world of God. Arthur is the heir of the great world of God Luce family. According to the agreement between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation, I have the right to transfer Arthur's identity to the great world of God. Ambassador Cameron's voice was very firm. Ambassador Cameron, Arthur is the winner of the Federation's flag prize. He has extraordinary talent in research. Most importantly, he has come into contact with a large amount of research results from the Federation. If he leaves the Federation, the technology of the Federation will definitely be leaked. On the other side of the identity bracelet, the voice of the other party was also very firm. David's identity as a researcher, especially the winner of the flag prize, caused the Federation government to raise the status of Arthur's identity to an extremely high level. I can clearly tell you that Arthur is the only heir of an ancient family. In order for Arthur to return to the great world of God, the great world of God wouldn't mind starting a war. Ambassador Cameron said in a deep voice. Of course, his words were exaggerated, but there was also a certain possibility. The Luce family was a family that received the attention of the gods. There had never been a precedent of an ancient family disappearing while the heir was still alive. Because it involved the gods, no one knew if the priest would pray to the gods because of this, and if the gods would send down a divine decree. Once the gods sent down a divine decree, even if the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation had an agreement, the great world of God would still tear up the agreement and go to war with the Interstellar Federation. Even if this possibility was very small, Ambassador Cameron still had to explain this situation to the Interstellar Federation. The government worker on the other side was clearly silent. He also didn't think about this possibility. This wasn't a consequence he could bear. I need to report this. Ambassador Cameron, it's best if you contact the presidential palace through diplomatic channels and ask the president to use his special authority. This way, there will be less trouble. The government worker thought a bit more and came up with an idea for Ambassador Cameron. Perhaps most of the Federation people only remembered the war with the Zergs and forgot about the war with the great world of God. However, in the internal training of the government, the images from 10,000 years ago, as well as the battle scenes of the great world of God, all told these government workers how terrifying the great world of God was. This government worker also couldn't accept the fact that a war was caused by his work, so he tried his best to salvage the situation. Okay, please help me report this. I will also visit the presidential palace. Ambassador Cameron said slowly. Ambassador Cameron turned off his identity bracelet and returned to the hall. Minister of Noble Affairs, Priest Forbes, we need to meet with the president of the Federation. We need to ask the president of the Federation to sign a special approval document to allow Mr. Arthur to return to the great world of God. Ambassador Cameron reported to the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes. He was afraid that he didn't have enough power to influence President Lewis, so he asked the two of them to go together. David's eyes flashed. He also wanted to go together, but he couldn't show his eagerness. Contact him immediately. We will go over now. The Minister of Noble Affairs nodded in agreement. He then turned to David and said, Mr. Arthur, this matter is related to you. You should come with us. Once the procedures are done, we can return directly. The Minister of Noble Affairs didn't want to stay any longer. He could see that Priest Forbes was not used to the environment of the Federation. Ever since he entered the world of the Federation, Priest Forbes had shown signs of discomfort. It was the suppression of losing contact with his God. As a God's priest, he couldn't sense the existence of his God. This made Priest Forbes lose his usual calmness. He became more and more irritable along the way. Although the Minister of Noble Affairs wasn't as sensitive as Priest Forbes, he was also affected by Priest Forbes. He wanted to leave the world of the Federation as soon as possible. I'll go pack up. I'll be done soon. David didn't show any excitement. Although he was happy, he still maintained a calm expression. There was nothing to pack. His important items were all in the space ring. The space ring he got had enough space to put his items. David needed to prepare some tools for assassination. He only went for 5 minutes before returning to the living room with a box. The two Transcendent flew in the air, one in front and one behind, protecting the hover car in the middle. The hover car flew at an altitude of 300 meters. There were no aircrafts at this altitude. This was the great world of God's diplomatic hover car. It had many privileges, and this flying altitude was only one of them. If this hover car was attacked, the entire security system of Planet of Origin would protect this hover car. David sat in the hover car. There weren't many opportunities to see Planet of Origin from this angle. Even his shadow attendant couldn't fly 300 meters in the air. The hover car went straight. All aircrafts that passed through this route were forced to turn, so the hover car's speed was fast and stable. When it was 10 kilometers away from the President's Palace, the hover car still didn't slow down. The President's Palace didn't even scan the hover car. If it was detected by the people inside, it would be a diplomatic incident. This kind of diplomatic hover car called the space inside the hover car the great world of God's territory. Anyone who dared to offend, it would suffer the wrath of the great world of God. The hover car landed in the square outside the President's Palace. Metcalfe's aide stood beside the square as an official of the Federation. When he saw the car door open, he immediately walked over. "Welcome, Ambassador Cameron." Metcalfe's aide saw Ambassador Cameron get out of the hover car first and immediately greeted him. Ambassador Cameron nodded to Metcalfe's aide. He turned around and personally helped the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes out of the car. This action was very deliberate, but the meaning behind it was to tell the Federation government that the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes had a very high status. Metcalfe's aide saw this scene, and his pupils contracted slightly. Ambassador Cameron was the diplomatic ambassador of the great world of God. He represented the great world of God. The status of these two was obviously higher than Ambassador Cameron's, which made Metcalfe's aide even more careful. In the end, Arthur walked out of the hover car himself. Metcalfe's aide wasn't surprised by Arthur's appearance. This incident was caused by Arthur, so it was normal for the person involved to be present. "Please follow me, distinguished guest. President Lewis is waiting in the reception room," Metcalfe's aide said with a gesture of invitation. He didn't want to ask about the identity of the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes. According to Ambassador Cameron's attitude, he wasn't qualified to ask about the identity of these two. David followed behind the crowd. His status was the lowest here, so he walked to the back. His mind sensed the presence of dozens of Transcendent, distributed in various locations throughout the President's Palace. In the sky, there was also a surveillance camera constantly scanning the President's Palace. David guessed that it was a security camera set up by Skynet specifically for the President's Palace. David divided a bit of his mind into the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant flew underground and found that although the flowers and plants on both sides of the road on the surface didn't show anything, the underground was densely covered with all kinds of monitoring equipment. With this level of security, let alone a human, even a mouse couldn't enter the President's Palace from underground. David also sensed the existence of 3 sniper masters in 3 high positions in the President's Palace. This was what he sensed as a sniper master. Although these 3 sniper masters were very careful in hiding, David's mind was much stronger than theirs. They didn't use their sniper rifles to aim, but just observed with their eyes, which made David sense them. David shook his head. Fortunately, he didn't force his way into the president's palace. The level of security here was too high. If he was delayed here for a moment, then the space weapons, ground weapons, and more than 40 Transcendent would make David stay here forever. However, it could be seen that the security facilities here didn't target the 4 people led by Ambassador Cameron, and they didn't even scan their identities. Led by Metcalf's aide, the few people walked directly into the president's palace. When they were 100 meters away from the reception room, the shadow attendant entered the reception room first. When David saw President Lewis through the eyes of the shadow attendant, he knew that this was definitely the real President Lewis. The kind of aura was definitely not something that a fake could have. This was the temperament that had been cultivated for many years in a high position. The last failure was also because David underestimated President Lewis. When he saw President Lewis, he didn't think too much about it. When he saw the real President Lewis, he knew how big the difference between the substitute and President Lewis was. Of course, the most important reason was that David hadn't seen President Lewis. If he had seen President Lewis, even if it was just once, he wouldn't have mistaken the two. Chapter 6:16. David suppressed the urge to make a move. He could not kill President Lewis at this time. Killing President Lewis at this time would bring him a lot of trouble. Without President Lewis's special approval, it would be even more troublesome for him to go to the great world of God. Of course, that was not all. If President Lewis were to be assassinated before he could meet them, it would definitely raise suspicions. It might even affect the relationship between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. David did not consider himself to be a noble person, but the alliance between the two worlds against the insectoid world was related to the safety of countless people. He did not want a crack to appear in this alliance because of him. Thus, he only observed President Lewis through the shadow attendant and did not make a move against him. Although there were 4 Transcendents with extremely powerful auras not far behind President Lewis. As long as David wanted to, it would be very easy for the shadow servants to kill President Lewis. Greetings, President Lewis. Ambassador Cameron did not use the usual greetings of the great world of God, instead greeting him in a very Federation manner. Ambassador Cameron, we meet again. President Lewis stepped forward with a smile and extended his hand. Ambassador Cameron stepped forward and shook President Lewis's outstretched hand. This is the great world of God's Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, Gershwin, and this is Priest Forbes. The two of you have come specifically for the matter of Arthur's return to the family. Ambassador Cameron let go of his hand and turned to introduce President Lewis. President Lewis was slightly surprised. He had not expected the great world of God to send 2 people of such high status over. In his view, Arthur's return to the Luce family was an extremely small matter. It was already amazing for the noble office to send an ordinary staff member. After all, the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation were 2 different worlds. President Lewis didn't know that this wasn't because he valued Arthur or the Luce family, but because he valued the gods. Because God was paying attention to the Luce family, whether it was the noble office or the priests, they were doing their best to do this matter. Welcome, allies from afar. President Lewis smiled and extended his hand to the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes. The Minister of Noble Affairs did not shake his hand. He had his own pride. As an official of the great world of God, he would not follow the etiquette of the Interstellar Federation. He bowed deeply. This was the great world of God's etiquette towards people of higher status than himself. Priest Forbes gave a priest greeting, but he didn't shake hands with President Lewis. President Lewis was slightly embarrassed, but he quickly covered it up with a smile. The two of you aren't familiar with the Federation language, nor are you familiar with the Federation's etiquette. Ambassador Cameron explained. On the one hand, he was explaining for the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes. On the other hand, he was still in the Federation and needed to maintain a good relationship with the Federation government. His attitude would help him do a better job in the Federation. "It's fine," President Lewis said with a smile and a wave of his hand. "This is Mr. Arthur. We are also here for him." Ambassador Cameron finally introduced David. President Lewis looked at David and said, "A genius researcher from the Federation. I heard that if it weren't for the accident, the flag prize would have been awarded by me." Ambassador Cameron said with a smile, "Nobles of the great world of God, even if they are wandering outside, they are still elites." President Lewis immediately said, "It's also because of our Interstellar Federation's training mechanism." David watched from the side and couldn't help but sigh. The conversation between the two professional politicians had many exchanges in a short period of time. These exchanges didn't hurt anyone, but they could make the other party feel pressured. "Your Excellency, President, I think you know the reason why we are here. We would like to ask for your approval to transfer Arthur's identity." Ambassador Cameron couldn't keep provoking President Lewis, so he wisely returned to the topic at the right time. "I didn't know about Arthur. If Arthur wants to go to the great world of God, then he must use both written and oath to ensure that he will not pass on what he learned in the Federation to anyone in the great world of God." President Lewis also thought of a solution, so when Ambassador Cameron proposed it, he immediately gave a solution. President Lewis originally had two kinds of records. One was that no matter what Ambassador Cameron said, he would not agree to Arthur's request to leave the Federation. The other was to agree to Arthur's departure from the Federation under certain conditions. But after knowing the identity of the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes, he gave up the first kind of record and directly said the second kind of record. Since the great world of God attached so much importance to this matter, then there shouldn't be friction between the two worlds over such a small matter. President Lewis himself didn't care what a small researcher could do in the great world of God. In his opinion, the flag prize was a big accident. A researcher without the corresponding research equipment, optical computer, and assistant to do research was easier said than done. The two requirements proposed by President Lewis basically limited the risk of Arthur leaking what he learned in the great world of God. The written way referred to an agreement with legal effect. Because Ambassador Cameron, the Minister of Noble Affairs, and Priest Forbes were present, signing an agreement that could be effective in both the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God was not a problem. This was to bind Arthur on a legal level, but the oath was specially prepared for the people of the great world of God. Perhaps in the Interstellar Federation, an oath was only a verbal guarantee, and it didn't represent a 100% agreement. But in the great world of God, oaths were very important. Those who didn't abide by the oath would be spurned by the world and disliked by the gods. "Mr. Arthur, is this okay?" Ambassador Cameron turned to ask David. "Of course." David nodded in agreement. What happened next was simple. The president's office had professional lawyers draft the agreement in writing. Then, after Ambassador Cameron and David read it and agreed, David would sign and take legal responsibility. The oath was also drafted by the presidential palace, and David just had to read it out loud. In less than 10 minutes, the problem of Arthur's identity transfer was solved. President Lewis specially approved Arthur's identity transfer application. The identity bracelet on David's wrist vibrated. He opened the identity bracelet and saw that the information on the identity bracelet was blocked. The identity bracelet only had a decorative function left. This meant that he was no longer a citizen of the Federation. Before he became a person of the great world of God, he was an unregistered citizen. Of course, David would follow the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes. With Ambassador Cameron's escort, there was no need to consider his identity. David saw that the identity bracelet had lost its function, but he didn't feel anything. He knew very well that he didn't really become a person of the great world of God. It was just his identity as Arthur. As long as David learned the inheritance of the Luce family and increased his strength, he could apply for War Star. Then, he could change back to David and return to the Interstellar Federation at any time. It was because of this arrangement that David felt so at ease. David's behavior was in line with Arthur's personality, so President Lewis wasn't surprised. According to the information, Arthur was a loner with almost no friends. Especially after the death of his adoptive father, Transcendent Mooney, he became even more unsociable. Such a person probably wouldn't feel much whether he was in the Federation or the great world of God. Ambassador Cameron bowed and said, "Thank you very much for your help, Your Excellency, President. I believe that the friendship between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation will last forever." The Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes also stood up and used the etiquette of the great world of God to bid farewell to President Lewis. David stood up and followed behind Priest Forbes. A part of his mind was left in the shadow attendant, and the shadow attendant was right next to President Lewis. Because he represented the great world of God, Ambassador Cameron left at a leisurely pace. It took him more than a minute to walk 100 meters. President Lewis let out a long sigh of relief. He sat on a chair and picked up a cup. To be honest, he really didn't want to come into contact with the people of the great world of God. Although these people looked normal, he believed that Priest Forbes' strength must be extremely terrifying. President Lewis had always controlled his temperament well, but when he looked at Priest Forbes, he always felt a sense of fear. He thought about something and put the cup close to his mouth. Just as President Lewis drank the water in the cup, he seemed to see a bit of black in the water. This black color seemed to have appeared out of thin air. President Lewis just happened to drink it in one gulp, and he didn't even have time to stop. He wanted to vomit, but he found that his tongue was already numb. Let alone vomiting, he didn't even have the ability to speak. Then President Lewis felt a numbing sensation from his throat all the way to his stomach. His body also lost its vitality at this time, and then he fell to the ground. For Transcendent rushed over and immediately went to President Lewis's side to check his condition. "Damn, it's a level 4 poison, and he even drank it," a Transcendent said with an ugly expression. He saw the black fog still floating out of President Lewis's mouth and immediately recognized what it was. The main reason was because last time General Ross of the military died from a level 4 poison. At that time, almost all the Transcendent in charge of security had learned about level 4 poisons. But even though they learned about level 4 poisons, after President Lewis confirmed that he had been poisoned, the 4 Transcendent could only watch as President Lewis's life force slowly dissipated. This was because the level 4 poison was corroding President Lewis's internal organs, corroding his entire body from the inside out. If President Lewis only had an arm, a leg, or even a part of his body that was infected, with the speed of the 4 Transcendent, they could immediately remove the poison part after discovering it. But if his internal organs were poisoned, did they have to cut them out? There was no good way to detoxify a level 4 poison, because this level 4 poison was too fierce. Even if there was a way to detoxify it, one would be killed by the poison before they had the chance to use it. Could it be the people of the great world of God who did it? A Transcendent asked in a deep voice. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you think we can't see that the people of the great world of God did it under our noses?" Another Transcendent retorted, "That was the truth." Under the watch of the 4 Transcendent, no matter how strong the people of the great world of God were, they couldn't silently kill President Lewis. Not to mention, President Lewis's fall only happened after the people of the great world of God left. Of course, the most important thing was that they dared to capture the people of the great world of God without any evidence. Who would bear the consequences? It must be known that among the people of the great world of God, Priest Forbes was the strongest. If they fought on Planet of Origin, even if Priest Forbes was killed, Planet of Origin would suffer heavy losses, and their relationship with the great world of God would be completely severed. Metcalf's aide quickly ran into the room. When he saw President Lewis's body melting, his vision couldn't help but turn black. President Lewis was dead, and his good days had come to an end. His political enemies would probably tear him apart soon. During President Lewis's tenure, he had come up with many schemes for him. Many of his opponents' reputations were ruined, and many of his opponents were trapped in prison. Although many of these were part of President Lewis's schemes, in order to ensure President Lewis's reputation, all of the schemes were put on his shoulders. This made Metcalf's aide the person that many forces wanted to get rid of the most. He was even more hateful than President Lewis. Metcalf said, "The person who just came was Ambassador Cameron of the great world of God. How do you think we should deal with this matter?" Asked a transcendent. "I know who it is. That damn David. He's been on planet of origin all this time. He's been waiting for an opportunity, and he finally succeeded," Metcalf's aide said, while shaking his head. At this time, Metcalf's aide didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to say the words in his heart. The four transcendent looked at each other. "This matter was actually done by the Federation's war god, David. Do you have evidence?" Metcalf said. "The president was assassinated. This matter needs to be explained to the public," asked another transcendent. "We captured David and sent him to the Research Institute. When Area 101 self-destructed, David was inside. At that time, we weren't sure whether David was dead or not. However, when the president's substitute was assassinated, we can be sure that it was done by David. David has an extremely strong assassination ability." Metcalf's aide didn't want to hide anything. At this time, there was no need to hide anything. Someone had to take the blame for President Lewis's death, and Metcalf's aide was the most suitable person. He couldn't let the people of the great world of God take the blame. The people of the great world of God were protected by the four transcendent, and Metcalf's aide was the most hated person. Metcalf's aide himself knew this, so at this time, he just wanted to say everything he could. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to say in the future. Even if these words involved important secrets, President Lewis was dead. Any secrets were meaningless. Chapter 617. When David left, he was still the one with the lowest status. He followed behind the Minister of Noble Affairs, Priest Forbes, and Ambassador Cameron. When he found that President Lewis was drinking water, he immediately used the shadow attendant to take out a prepared poison needle from his space ring and lightly poked it in the water. The whole process was very covert because the shadow attendant was completely invisible. The process of taking out the poison needle was blocked by the cup, so even if there were four transcendent guarding outside the room, they didn't notice the sudden appearance and disappearance of the poison needle. David's original plan was to put the poison needle on the chair when President Lewis sat down, or directly pierce his body, just like how he dealt with Admiral Ross. But when he saw that President Lewis was about to drink water, he changed his plan. As long as the four transcendent reacted fast enough and cut off the tissue in the injured part, they might be able to save President Lewis. But after drinking a level 4 poison, it was estimated that even if there were several professional doctors around, they wouldn't be able to save President Lewis's life. The timing of David's poisoning through the shadow servant was perfect. It was right when President Lewis was about to drink. At that time, President Lewis saw the poison, but it was too late to stop it. When President Lewis died, David was more than 100 meters away from President Lewis, but the shadow attendant still managed to absorb President Lewis's soul in time. As long as the soul appeared within 10 meters of the shadow attendant could forcibly absorb it. When David sensed that the shadow attendant had absorbed a soul, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Although he had always been very strong. In fact, it would be a big trouble for anyone who became a mortal enemy of the President of the Federation. David had killed Dean Constable, as well as the 10 transcendent subordinates of President Lewis. He had long since become an irreconcilable enemy of President Lewis. President Lewis could mobilize too many resources. As the #1 person in the Federation government, the power in his hands was naturally great. This was because David had used Arthur's identity to hide. Otherwise, the Federation's intelligence department would have found him long ago. This was all thanks to the Federation's intelligence department, Dean Constable, who knew President Lewis very well. It was precisely because of the backup plan left behind by Dean Constable that Arthur's identity was not suspected at all. President Lewis was like a mountain pressing down on David's heart. After he confirmed that President Lewis was dead, the mountain in his heart instantly disappeared. As his heart relaxed, he found that the barrier that he had been unable to break had also cracked open. David actually broke through at this moment. Strands of transcendent power poured into his body from the void. His body was being transformed by the transcendent power. The power of the transcendent was extremely domineering. Perhaps it was because his strength and vitality far exceeded the normal peak Kaji. His 8 points of strength and vitality allowed even more transcendent power to enter his body after his breakthrough. After a normal peak Kaji broke through, his body could automatically absorb a mysterious energy from the void because his strength exceeded the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth. This energy was the transcendent power. The amount of transcendent power was extremely small. A peak Kaji needed 2 years to adapt his body to the transcendent power. After his body adapted to the transcendent power, a peak Kaji would become a transcendent. If he did not adapt, then Kaji's body would be greatly damaged. Whether he would have the chance to break through to the transcendent level in his life would depend on luck. The domineering power of the transcendent power made many Kaji unable to pass through this period of transformation. The transformation period was also the period when Kaji consumed the most resources. In addition to consuming more resources than normal, he also needed a large amount of healing potions. This was a gamble. If he won, he would become a transcendent. If he lost, he would be doomed eternally. However, none of the transcendents had ever encountered the situation that David was in when they were breaking through. It was as if the void around him had been torn apart, and transcendents were constantly surging into his body. Under this situation, even his 8 points of vitality could not withstand the impact of so much transcendent power. David's body was instantly riddled with holes. Fortunately, the battle angel bones injected large amounts of life force into his body in time. The wounds quickly healed. His body was like a battlefield. The transcendent power was attacking and life force was healing. Not good. David was shocked. He wanted to control his body, but he realized that the sudden breakthrough made him unable to control his body. If he did not activate the special device in time to stabilize his body, he would have fallen to the ground. "Arthur, are you not feeling well?" Priest Forbes said as he placed a hand on David's arm. David's body was lifted 1 millimeter off the ground by Priest Forbes, and they continued to walk out at a normal speed. At this time, the security personnel of the presidential palace had heard the news of the assassination of the president. Everyone was in a state of panic. Without receiving orders to stop the people of the great world of God, no one paid special attention to them. "What's wrong with Arthur?" The Minister of Noble Affairs also noticed that something was wrong with David and asked Priest Forbes softly, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's leave first." Priest Forbes shook his head and said. The Minister of Noble Affairs did not ask any more questions. He only took a step back and stood on the other side of David. They moved forward with David in between them. Ambassador Cameron was 1 step slower and blocked in front of David. Ambassador Cameron was only relieved when they got on the diplomatic hover car. He did not know what happened to David, but he knew that no matter what happened, it was best not to be discovered by the presidential palace to avoid unnecessary trouble. Our heir of the Lucas family is not simple. He broke through the shackles of Kaji at such a young age and became a transcendent after the transformation period. Priest Forbes explained to the Minister of Noble Affairs with a smile after he put David on the seat. To be honest, Priest Forbes, or the entire powerful people of the great world of God, looked down on the transcendent of the Interstellar Federation. But no matter what, the transcendent of the Federation was equivalent to a knight. It was just that they had no potential. At least in the great world of God, people with the strength of a transcendent could have a relatively high social status. The number of fighters in the great world of God was extremely small. Compared to the hundreds of millions of Kaji in the Interstellar Federation, the number of fighters in the great world of God was much higher. However, the number of fighters in the great world of God could not be compared. I'm afraid Arthur has his own little secrets. Like I said, even if the bloodline was sealed from a young age, it is still different. The Minister of Noble Affairs laughed. They did not care how Arthur became a transcendent. Even if the information provided by Ambassador Cameron did not mention that Arthur was Kaji. The only thing they cared about was whether Arthur had the bloodline of the Lucas family. As long as this was true, Nothing else mattered. So what if he was a transcendent? When he reached the great world of God, Arthur would understand that the previous transcendent was nothing compared to the inheritance of the Lucas family. Who would have thought that Arthur had such talent? The Federation only thought that he was a research genius. They did not expect him to be a cultivation genius. The ancient family of the Lucas family will probably rise again because of him. Ambassador Cameron exclaimed. David did not hear their conversation. He was completely focused on his own body. The power of the transcendent became more and more turbulent. His body was still covered in scars and was healed by the battle angel bones. As he was healed again and again, his stagnant power and vitality increased again. The power of the transcendent merged with his body and strengthened his body that had already reached its limit. If a normal transcendent was washed by this kind of transcendent power, their body would have already collapsed and they would have died. When a normal transcendent was in the transformation period, the trace of transcendent power would cause damage to their body. Then, they would use healing potions to heal their body. Then, they would be washed by the transcendent power and be healed by healing potions. The process of healing from damage would take about a month. No one else's transcendent power was as fierce as David's. Some transcendent had good aptitudes. That was because the power of the transcendent was stronger than a normal transcendent. This allowed them to be much stronger than a normal transcendent after the transformation period. However, there was a limit to this. Once too much transcendent power entered their body, having good aptitudes would become a bad thing. It had to be known that healing potions weren't omnipotent. If one used the same healing potion too many times in 2 years, they would develop a resistance to the healing potion. Healing potions were also the only way to treat injuries during the transformation period. Other methods like gene repair couldn't be used during the transformation period. Kaji's genes during the transformation period were extremely unstable. Using gene repair potions to repair the genes was very likely to cause even greater damage. David now seemed to have an unparalleled aptitude. Other people's transcendent power was like a drop of water that dripped once every half a day, but his transcendent power was like a tap that had been turned on. If he relied on healing potions alone, no matter how good they were, they wouldn't be able to heal the damage caused by the surging transcendent power. David's body was undergoing 2 years of metamorphosis, and it was accelerating at an extremely rapid rate. David didn't expect that the breakthrough opportunity he had been waiting for was to relax his mind after assassinating President Lewis. It wasn't that he hadn't succeeded in assassinating President Lewis before, but perhaps it was because he had assassinated President Lewis's substitute. Although he hadn't realized it at the time, he had subconsciously felt that something was wrong, which was why he hadn't completely relaxed. David didn't have time to care about the situation outside his body. After he found out that Priest Forbes had helped him, he withdrew all his attention and carefully dealt with the situation inside his body. The transcendent power didn't just affect his body, but also his soul. His soul was gradually growing under the nourishment of the transcendent power. This process of growth wasn't fast. Compared to the changes in his body, it could be considered extremely slow. And this was when David was enduring a large amount of transcendent power. A normal transcendent would receive extremely weak transcendent power, so the effect would be even worse. It was no wonder that after a transcendent soul was upgraded, their mind was only a bit stronger than a normal person's. Except for a transcendent who was born with a mind talent, the other transcendent's mind was also very limited. The diplomatic hovering car stopped next to the starry sky flying ship, and Priest Forbes brought David onto the starry sky flying ship. Ambassador Cameron and the Minister of Noble Affairs also boarded the starry sky flying ship together. The starry sky flying ship soared into the sky and flew into space. God, President Lewis was assassinated. Ambassador Cameron suddenly exclaimed. Ambassador Cameron casually flipped through the information on his identity bracelet. He had his own intelligence network in the Interstellar Federation. Other than the great world of God's intelligence network providing him with information on a regular basis, he also had a good relationship with some other intelligence agencies. The great world of God didn't have any conflict of interest with some of the forces within the Interstellar Federation. Instead, because of some resource transactions, it was easier for Ambassador Cameron to gain friendship. Although the news of President Lewis's death hadn't been officially announced yet, because it wasn't long ago, everyone who should know knew about it. Ambassador Cameron's friends naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to befriend him. In a short while, he received as many as 8 pieces of information that were roughly the same. The Minister of Noble Affairs was also stunned and said in confusion, "Didn't we just meet President Lewis? He was still fine at that time." Not long after we left, President Lewis died of poisoning. If we had left a bit later, we might have become a suspect, Ambassador Cameron said with some relief. Ambassador Cameron didn't care about President Lewis's life or death at all. After all, no matter who became the Federation's president, they wouldn't become enemies with the great world of God. His identity as an ambassador wouldn't change because of a change in president. What would affect his future was still the great world of God. It wouldn't be related to Arthur, right? Priest Forbes asked softly, as if he was talking to himself. When he said this, he couldn't help but laugh. Priest Forbes didn't believe that Arthur was President Lewis's murderer at all. Arthur was with him at that time and didn't leave alone. Arthur didn't have the slightest chance to make a move against President Lewis. Furthermore, Arthur didn't prepare in advance when he came to meet President Lewis. They took the initiative to ask Arthur to follow them. How could Arthur have prepared to assassinate President Lewis in advance? Of course, Priest Forbes asked this mainly because the timing of Arthur's promotion to Transcendent was too coincidental. When Arthur broke through, it should be when President Lewis died. This kind of coincidence was hard to avoid suspicion. Ha! The Minister of Noble Affairs and Ambassador Cameron laughed without any scruples, as if what Priest Forbes said was a joke. Priest Forbes also laughed. He also felt that what he said was funny. On the starry sky flying ship, only David didn't laugh. His eyes were tightly closed, as if he wasn't affected by anything outside. His body and mind were completely focused. Chapter 618. The starry sky flying ship flew into space and was immediately protected by the Interstellar Federation's space fleet. David didn't have time to say goodbye to the others and left the Star of Origin with the starry sky flying ship. What? President Lewis was assassinated? Grand Marshal Andre, who was sitting in his office, was very surprised when he heard the report. President Lewis was an extremely cunning old fox, and Grand Marshal Andre knew how difficult it was to deal with him. Even if Grand Marshal Andre had something on President Lewis, he didn't dare to force President Lewis too much. During President Lewis's time in office, the forces under him expanded crazily. He was very strong, and under the suppression of others, there weren't many forces in the government that could compete with President Lewis. However, at this moment, the intelligence agency told Grand Marshal Andre that President Lewis had just been assassinated. Do you know who did it? Grand Marshal Andre asked in a deep voice. It should be Major General David. The person in charge of the intelligence agency hesitated for a moment before answering. It's David? Is there any evidence? Grand Marshal Andre's expression changed as he asked. Everyone knew that David was someone that Grand Marshal Andre had taken a fancy to. It was Grand Marshal Andre who spread David's name throughout the Federation. Once the assassin of President Lewis was determined to be David, then Grand Marshal Andre was bound to be suspected. Of course, with Grand Marshal Andre's current status, this kind of suspicion would at most be something that some people would say in private. It wouldn't have any impact on his status. There is no actual evidence. We didn't even find out how Major General David entered the presidential palace to assassinate President Lewis, and how he left the presidential palace after the assassination. But President Lewis died from a level 4 poison. According to Metcalfe's aides, they captured Major General David and sent him to the Federation Research Institute 101. You know what happened in Research Institute 101? According to Metcalfe's aides, the explosion was caused by Major General David when he escaped from there. Not long ago, President Lewis's substitute was assassinated. Metcalfe's aides believe that it was Major General David's doing. The head of the intelligence agency replied. Although there was no evidence to prove that General Roth died at the hands of David, the military intelligence agency had long suspected that this matter was at least related to David. It was just that there was no evidence, so there was nothing they could do about David. This time, President Lewis had also died from a fourth-grade poison. It was no wonder that the military intelligence agency suspected that David had something to do with it. Of course, the most important evidence came from Metcalfe's aides. Metcalfe's aide said that David had been captured by President Lewis's subordinates and sent to the Federation Research Institute 101. This also explained why David had disappeared from the planet Betalia Defense Force Base in the Tonga Starfield. It turned out that he had been captured by President Lewis's subordinates. It was no wonder that the military thought this way. Metcalfe's aides didn't clearly explain how David had been captured, which led to the military's misunderstanding. With David's past actions, it was normal for David to retaliate against President Lewis. Pass down my order. Find Major General David through various channels. Grand Marshal Andre ordered after pondering for a while. What if Major General David resists after we find him? The head of the intelligence agency asked carefully. As the head of the intelligence agency, he knew how terrifying David was. It would be very difficult to capture David. As long as Major General David resists, immediately issue a warrant for his arrest. Grand Marshal Andre replied in a deep voice. Grand Marshal Andre gave David a chance. As long as David didn't resist and followed him back, then as long as there was insufficient evidence, even if there was suspicion, they couldn't be 100% sure that David was guilty. There was always room for maneuver. If David resists, then David would have a chance to escape. As for the warrant, it was to appease some forces in the military and government. In any case, what David had done this time was too big, so big that even Grand Marshal Andre couldn't protect him. The assassination of the President of the Federation, coupled with the assassination of the two federal military deputy commanders, made all the higher-ups fearful of David. A person with such a character and such terrifying assassination ability, of course, couldn't be allowed to continue. Grand Marshal Andre waved his hand and asked the head of the intelligence agency to leave. He took out his identity bracelet and tried to contact David. As long as David was within the coverage of Skynet or near a signal relay facility in space, he could receive his call request. With Grand Marshal Andre's authority, his call had the highest priority. As long as David's identity bracelet wasn't turned off, David would know immediately. However, after waiting for a few minutes, Grand Marshal Andre didn't receive a reply from David. He couldn't help but feel strange. Could it be that David has left planet of origin? That's not possible. Or President Lewis's death has nothing to do with David. Many questions arose in Grand Marshal Andre's mind. Because President Lewis had been assassinated, planet of origin had sealed off the entire sky. No Federation spaceship could leave planet of origin. According to Grand Marshal Andre's judgment, David shouldn't be able to leave planet of origin after assassinating President Lewis. Even if David used the exoskeleton armor to forcibly fly away from planet of origin, he would be discovered by Skynet. Therefore, the most likely possibility was that David was still on planet of origin and hiding somewhere. Grand Marshal Andre wanted to contact David and persuade David to return to him. If he was caught outside, it was very likely that he would be tried in a court controlled by the government. If he returned to him, he would only be tried in a military court. At that time, David's trial would at least be fair. As long as there wasn't enough evidence, the probability of David being exonerated was not small. However, Grand Marshal Andre couldn't connect to David's identity bracelet, which made him feel that his judgment might be wrong. I hope David is fine. Grand Marshal Andre thought of that young, invincible appearance and couldn't help but worry about David. The galactic spaceship passed through the portal and appeared at the edge of the war zone. This was already the 5th day of the galactic spaceship's voyage. In these 5 days, David hadn't woken up. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs had been worried that something might have happened to David. However, with the assurance of Priest Forbes, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was relieved. Priest Forbes looked at the motionless David and said to the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, Arthur is about to wake up. His body is a little strange. In just 5 days, he seems to have passed the transformation period. Passed the transformation period in 5 days? If this method is mastered by the Interstellar Federation, the number of transcendent in the Interstellar Federation might increase by several times. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said in shock. The transformation period had blocked too many Pete Kaji. Every Pete Kaji was a genius. Without the corresponding aptitude, it was impossible to become a Pete Kaji. This wasn't something that could be achieved with just resources. No matter how many resources one had, if one's aptitude wasn't good enough, one would be stuck halfway. If the Interstellar Federation mastered David's technique of passing the transformation period in 5 days, then the chances of a Pete Kaji becoming a transcendent would greatly increase. This wasn't what the great world of God wanted to see. Having several times more transcendent would definitely inflate the ambitions of the Interstellar Federation. This wasn't good for anyone. Although I don't know how Arthur did it, this method definitely isn't something that others can do. Priest Forbes said with certainty. The transcendent power that constantly surged out of David's body wasn't something that a normal transcendent could possess. This already proved that David was different. That's good. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a smile. At this moment, David's eyes slowly opened. He saw the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, Ambassador Cameron, and Priest Forbes. He also saw where he was. Thank you, David said. His gratitude was sincere. If Priest Forbes hadn't taken him away from the presidential palace, he would have been promoted to a transcendent in the presidential palace. One had to know that David was using Arthur's identity. Arthur had no cultivation records, so it was easy for people to be suspicious. Unlike the people from the great world of God, Priest Forbes and the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs only believed in the bloodline that they detected. Bloodlines were safer than anything else. There was only one way to steal a bloodline, and that was to have sex with the bloodline holder and give birth to a descendant. However, this method was very difficult to succeed. The bloodline holder's bloodline inheritance was controllable. Although the concentration of the bloodline couldn't be controlled, the bloodline holder could control whether the bloodline was passed on. Therefore, as long as the bloodline holder didn't want it, even if a descendant was born, the descendant wouldn't have a bloodline. The method of extracting the bloodline and instilling it into the body had been proven to be impossible many years ago. After thousands of years of practice, the power of the bloodline couldn't be transferred. This had become an iron law. Therefore, as long as one possessed the power of the bloodline of a certain family, their identity was unquestionable. There were too many doubts about David's promotion to a transcendent, but the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes only cared about the power of the bloodline. They didn't care about anything else. You don't have to be so polite. Our mission is to bring you back to the great world of God. How can you not follow us? The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a smile. I believe you need some time to familiarize yourself with your body. You can rest in the room on the right. Priest Forbes said as he pointed at the door. David also wanted to check his body's condition, so he stood up and walked toward the cabin door. The interior of the starship revealed the style of the great world of God. The wooden interior was carved with various patterns, which were exquisite and beautiful. David could sense that these patterns weren't ordinary patterns, and the wood wasn't ordinary either. This was because the patterns on the wood had energy flowing through them. In other words, the entire starry sky flying ship was made of wood with countless patterns on it. Looking around, there were patterns everywhere. David didn't pay much attention to it. He pushed open the door and walked in. Inside was a luxurious suite. It was different from the luxury of the Federation spaceship. The luxury of this suite didn't refer to the brand. Perhaps the people of the great world of God didn't care about brands at all. Everything in the suite was extremely exquisite. Even the cups on the table were like top craftsmanship. Although David didn't recognize many of the materials used here, the difference couldn't be hidden. David sat on a chair. The chair was made of a kind of tree vine. The surface of the tree vine was soft, but the core was very firm. The chair made of it was similar to the sofa of the Interstellar Federation. The tree vineshare also had a fragrance that made him relax after smelling it. David used his mind to check his body. He felt that his body was in a state of boiling power. His body was also stronger. After 5 days, his body could already adapt to the transcendent power. This adaptation was only for transcendent power of the same strength that entered his body. Once a stronger transcendent power entered his body, he would still be injured. David couldn't believe that he had become a transcendent just like that. And he only used 5 days to go through the transformation period and become a true transcendent. David waved his arm. His body contained a strange energy. He had already experienced this energy from the transcendent puppet. It was the transcendent power. Ever since his body took 5 days to accept the transcendent power, every part of his body contained the transcendent power. Now, as long as David exerted force, he would have the transcendent power to cooperate with his body. He couldn't control all of the transcendent power at will. He could only control the transcendent power that was fused with his body. If he wanted to control more transcendent power than his body could handle, his body would be injured. Of course, controlling more transcendent power would make his body stronger and faster for a short period of time. After David became a transcendent, he finally understood the strength of the transcendent. The transcendent strength was several times stronger than Kaji's, and this was the result of him just becoming a transcendent. Before, he had more than 25,000 kilograms of strength. Now, his strength exceeded 100,000 kilograms. This was pure physical strength. It didn't take into account the support of other equipment. As for what the other transcendent were like when they first became transcendent, David wasn't very clear. He only knew that he was like this now. The increase in David's strength wasn't just the strength of his muscles. Instead, it was the combination of his muscles and the transcendent power. The reason why he was stronger than the other transcendents he had seen before after breaking through to the transcendent realm was because his basic strength before breaking through was too strong. His strength and physique had both reached 8 points, while a normal transcendent only had 5 points before their breakthrough. This difference caused a huge difference in strength. David could now fight a transcendent without using the special strength-enhancing equipment. Perhaps he was a bit weaker than a transcendent wearing the transcendent armor, but with his technique and the strength to break through a transcendent's defense with a grade 4 weapon, it was enough for him to kill a transcendent with a grade 4 weapon. Chapter 619. David summoned the Shadow Attendant and activated his stats panel. His current stats appeared before his eyes. Name: David. Curse Strength 10, 0, 1 Dexterity 7, 0, 1 Vitality 10, 0, 1 Spirit 8, 81, 1 Literature 91% Perfect, Mathematics 86% Perfect, General 84% Perfect, Military Command 67% Perfect, Space Warfare Research 1% Perfect, Carving 85% Perfect, Spirit Forging Metal Body Technique 26% Perfect, Electronic Countermeasures 50% Perfect, War Hammer Mastery 97% Perfect, Sniping 10% Perfect, Shield Mastery 49% Perfect, Heavy Axe Mastery 1% Perfect, Longsword Mastery 99% Perfect, Spear Mastery 98% Perfect, Heavy Sword Mastery 99% Perfect, Spirit Pierce 1% Perfect, Spirit Sleep 99% Perfect, Soft Body Technique 65% Perfect, Spaceship Piloting 77% Perfect, Machinery Maintenance 87% Perfect, Spaceship Maintenance 65% Perfect, Empty-Handed Combat 66% Perfect, Steel 80% Perfect, Divine Language 99% Perfect, Negotiator 12% Perfect, Singing 88% Perfect, Piano 99% Perfect, Finance 96% Perfect, Law 5% Perfect, Makeup 70% Perfect, Power Shock Talent, Strength Amplification Talent, Power Overlap Talent, Vitality Enhancement Talent, Extreme Speed Talent High Frequency Sound Wave Talent, Cooking 1% Perfect, Underground Stealth Talent, Knight's Cross Slash, 99% perfect. Heavy Sword Space Slicer, 1% perfect. Charge Strike, Battle Skill 10% perfection. Flame Drawing, talent. Poison, talent. Spiritual Storm, talent. Space Dash, talent requires space energy to activate. Corpse Controlling Skill, talent. Shadow Sneak, talent. Research, 1% perfect. David's strength and vitality had increased to 10 points. He had a feeling that if his body didn't undergo a major upgrade, his strength and vitality wouldn't be able to go any further. In other words, in a short span of 5 days, he had raised his Transcendent Stage 1 to the extreme. In the future, if David wanted to improve again, he would have to use the Transcendent power to slowly grind in, allowing his body to fuse with more Transcendent power. This process depended on the body's potential. For some Transcendent, after reaching the peak of the first stage, there was no more room for improvement. The Transcendent, on the other hand, could continue to advance by 2 stages, increasing their strength and physique to an even higher level. His dexterity had also increased to 7 points. Although the increase in dexterity couldn't be compared to the increase in strength and physique, it was still significant. His spirit had increased from 51 to 81. Although the increase was small, he knew how difficult it was to increase one's spirit. Before the bald man's deity had dissipated, he would have needed the souls of hundreds of level 3 insectoids to fill up the increase of 0. 3. Even the current shadow attendant needed to absorb at least 10 transcendent souls to increase his spirit by 0. 3. At this moment, David finally understood just how much of a boost one's strength would receive after becoming a Transcendent. This was an all-around improvement, increasing the overall attributes of Transcendent by a large margin. It was also this improvement that allowed a Transcendent's strength to surpass that of an armored soldier. David becoming a Transcendent was actually a dream of his original body and himself. When David was growing up, the Transcendent was an unreachable existence, so becoming a Transcendent was his dream. Even if he had a better choice now, he didn't want to give up on the Transcendent path. David let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally become a Transcendent, fulfilling his dream. In the future, he would have to work hard for another dream. That dream was to become a powerhouse like Baron Du Bois, or even stronger. David's spirit entered the spatial ring on his finger and connected to the Transcendent armor that was made from level 4 materials. When his spirit came in contact with the Transcendent armor, he felt a response from the Transcendent armor. David had tried it before, but at this point he couldn't continue. This was because once the Transcendent armor responded, the Transcendent armor would automatically be equipped. At that time, he was still Kaji and didn't have any Transcendent power in his body. The Transcendent armor wouldn't help Kaji at all. On the contrary, it would harm Kaji's body. Now that he was a Transcendent, David naturally didn't have such concerns. Instead, he had an urge to try it out. David's spirit confirmed the response of the Transcendent armor. Following the confirmation of his spirit, the Transcendent armor in the spatial ring instantly appeared on his body and completely covered him. In the past, he had always been curious about how the thin Transcendent armor worked and how it could provide so much energy. The exoskeleton armor's energy supply was provided by the Krypton engine. Given the size of the Transcendent armor, if he wanted to install a Krypton engine, it would need to be smaller than the one used on the exoskeleton armor. However, the Transcendent armor provided more power and defense than the exoskeleton armor. It also had the ability to fly. This meant that the Transcendent armor had a sufficient energy supply. The moment the Transcendent armor was attached to his body, David felt the Transcendent armor fuse with his body. The Transcendent power in his body also flowed into the Transcendent armor, just like the other cells in his body that had fused with the Transcendent power. After the Transcendent power flowed into the Transcendent armor, he felt his body become lighter. He felt like he could fly at any time. David thought to himself as his body left the ground. Since he had already flown countless times, it was easy for him to control his body. He didn't know how the Transcendent armor was made, but he knew how the transcendent armor worked. It was an armor powered by the transcendent power. The energy level of the transcendent power was higher than normal Krypton. In addition, the Interstellar Federation had researched the transcendent power for many years and had found a way to use the transcendent power. The transcendent armor used the transcendent power within the transcendent armor as the energy source. In addition, the transcendent armor also had a backup mini Krypton engine. This allowed the transcendent armor to have the performance of a transcendent. David felt the interior of the transcendent armor bit by bit. After the transcendent armor was fused with the transcendent power, the transcendent armor was almost a part of his body. He could feel the transcendent armor as if it was his own body. The transcendent armor was the Interstellar Federation's most advanced technology. It contained the blood and sweat of countless generations of Federation people. The transcendent armor had an extremely complicated energy transmission system and a microscopic circuit layout. It was the crystallization of the Federation's technology. Unfortunately, this place was too small, and David couldn't use his full strength. He didn't know the limits of the transcendent armor that the transcendent armor gave him. With a thought, he put the transcendent armor back into the portal ring. He could now use the portal bracer. He didn't need the shadow attendant to activate it for him. However, he was under the great world of God, so he didn't need the portal bracer. David walked out of the room and saw the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes still drinking water and chatting. Ambassador Cameron wasn't there. He probably went to rest. Arthur, don't worry too much about the strength of the Transcendent. Once you return to your family, with your talent and bloodline power, you will be much stronger than the Federation Transcendent. Perhaps it won't be long before you surpass the Transcendent. Priest Forbes said to David with a smile, I've only heard about the training system of the great world of God. I don't know much about it. Can you tell me more about it? David asked with the intention of asking for advice. It's not a secret anyway. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Priest Forbes said with a smile. He took a sip of water and said, There is only one officially recognized training system of the great world of God, and that is the Knight's training path. This doesn't mean that there are no other training paths. It's just that the Knight's training path allows you to go further and have stronger combat power. Most practitioners choose this path. Of course, there is a prerequisite, and that is the bloodline power. Without the bloodline power, you can't go on any training path. This is why there are so few Knights training path. It can't be compared to the Interstellar Federation's training path. David also knew this. The children of the Interstellar Federation were taught to train from a young age. Once they showed talent, they would become Kaji. The great world of God, on the other hand, required the bloodline power to train. The difference in the number of people who trained was countless times greater. If it wasn't for the fact that the training system of the great world of God produced Knight's stronger combat power, the Interstellar Federation could crush the great world of God just based on the number of people who trained. Then how many levels of Knight are there? David asked. I heard that the Interstellar Federation's strength is divided into 2 levels, Kaji and Transcendent. Priest Forbes didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Yes. David didn't know what he meant, but he still answered anyway. Actually, this method of strength division isn't appropriate. The reason for this is because the Interstellar Federation's training system only has these 2 levels. The Great World of God Knight's strength division is the same as the Zerg strength division. A trainee Knight corresponds to a level 1 Zerg. A Knight corresponds to a level 2 Zerg. An Earth Knight corresponds to a level 3 Zerg. A Sky Knight corresponds to a level 4 Zerg. And a Temple Knight corresponds to a level 5 Zerg. Priest Forbes continued to explain. David's eyes twitched. After listening to Priest Forbes' explanation of the Knight's levels, he finally understood the difference between the great world of God's training system and the Interstellar Federation's training system. The difference was so big that he couldn't help but click his tongue. A trainee Knight corresponds to a level 1 Zerg, and this was only a trainee Knight. In the Interstellar Federation, to deal with a level 1 Zerg, one had to be at least an intermediate Kaji. A Knight corresponds to a level 2 Zerg. In the Interstellar Federation, Only a few pinnacle Kaji with powerful weapons could deal with a level 2 Zerg by themselves. The ones who could really deal with a level 2 Zerg were still level 1 Transcendent. There was no need to talk about a level 3 Zerg. Unless multiple Transcendent teamed up, there were very few Transcendent in the Interstellar Federation that could really fight a level 3 Zerg by themselves. Every one of them was a top-level Transcendent. As for a level 4 Zerg, it wasn't something the Interstellar Federation's training system could deal with. If the Interstellar Federation wanted to deal with a level 4 Zerg, space weapons were the only way. So the Interstellar Federation is this weak? David softly muttered to himself. No, Arthur, you're wrong. This time, without waiting for Priest Forbes to speak, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs interjected. To be able to sign an alliance agreement with the great world of God, the Interstellar Federation has its own strength. In the direction of civilization development, the Interstellar Federation has chosen technology. They have more powerful space weapons that can threaten any level of powerhouse. On the other hand, we have powerful individual combat power. It is because of this different direction of development that the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God can work together to fight against the Zerg. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs continued. David nodded. He had seen the Doomsday Defense Line formed by 10 artificial planets. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the combined firepower of those 10 enormous superweapons would be. He was just shocked by the knight ranks mentioned by Priest Forbes. In fact, he also understood the logic of the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. Are there stronger ranks above the Temple Knight? David continued to ask. It's best if you don't ask this question. You will know when the time comes. Priest Forbes did not directly answer this time. David saw a hint of hesitation on Priest Forbes' face, as if this was a taboo. David turned his head to look outside through the transparent window of the galactic flying vessel. He discovered that the scenery outside the galactic flying vessel was very familiar. That planet covered in red was the War Star. We've arrived at the War Star? He asked curiously. Yes, to go to the great world of God. We need to go through the War Star, but we don't need to enter the War Star. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs explained with a smile. He understood David's curiosity. It was the same as when he first came to the Interstellar Federation. Traveling through 2 different worlds was an indescribable experience. David could vaguely see the Doomsday Defense Line formed by 10 artificial planets. The interstellar ship was heading toward the other side of the War Star. When the galactic flying ship turned to the other side of the planet, he saw black and white. Everything in front of him was separated into 2 worlds by an invisible line. The world he was in was colorful, while the other side was black and white. The interstellar ship continued to move toward the black and white world. When they passed through the black and white world, David felt the world around him spinning. When his vision stabilized, he found that it was not black and white, but normal colors. The world behind them had turned black and white. David had a feeling that after passing through the world, the transcendent power in his body seemed to be affected, as if it was being suppressed. Of course, this suppression had very little effect on his strength. It had almost no effect on his combat power. Arthur, your senses are very sharp. You found that your strength is being suppressed? Priest Forbes saw David's expression and immediately guessed what David was thinking. He could not help but smile. Yes, but it's not obvious. The effect on my strength is very weak, David said honestly. Chapter 620. That's because you're too weak. According to the classification, you've become a transcendent, so you should be equivalent to a rank 2 knight. This kind of strength won't cause much suppression from the world. As long as you don't exceed rank 4, the world won't suppress your strength too much. Priest Forbes shook his head and said, Is this the great world of God? David asked curiously as he looked out of the window. He saw that there was a planet in front of him, and there were many starry sky flying ships flying around the planet. Welcome back, Arthur. You've returned to the great world of God. The Minister of Noble Affairs said with a laugh. David didn't feel anything special. He wasn't from the great world of God, so he didn't feel much. However, he could feel that the bloodline power in his body was more active than before. It was as if the bloodline power also wanted to return to the great world of God. The starship flew towards the planet. At this time, Ambassador Cameron walked out. He had changed into a long robe and came to David's side. He gently pulled David and signaled him to stand up. David didn't know what was going on, but he saw the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes stand up and slightly bow their bodies. He also followed their example and slightly bowed his body. After that, an indescribable majestic aura swept across the starship and stopped on David's body for a moment. It seemed to have felt the bloodline power in David's body and retreated. The Minister of Noble Affairs let out a long sigh and said softly, "Phew, I almost lost my manners." His voice was very soft. If it wasn't for the fact that it was very quiet, the people around him wouldn't have heard him. This is the Guardian Planet. There are 2 prestigious knights guarding it. It is also the gateway to the great world of God. Just now, it was a prestigious night. Priest Forbes explained to David. It wasn't the first time David met a rank 5 master, but every time he met one, he would be shocked. That kind of majestic aura was even more impactful for someone like him who had a strong will. It's because of these 2 prestigious knights that the great world of God doesn't have to worry about the invasion of the insectoids. Ambassador Cameron's expression was filled with extreme worship. Actually, the insectoids' main target is the Interstellar Federation. The great world of God and the insectoids' world is slightly further than the Interstellar Federation, so the insectoids' wormholes rarely reach here. Priest Forbes said he was a priest who believed in God, so he didn't blindly worship. So he gave David an objective explanation. "How many days until we reach the Luce family?" David asked with concern. "There is no portal on the Guardian Planet. We will need to fly for another 3 days before we can reach the area where the portal is. From there, we will head to the dashing planet." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs replied. The starship continued to move forward and left the Guardian Planet, heading into the depths of space. After a day of travel, David didn't continue his years of training. Instead, he familiarized himself with the power of the transcendent. Just as he was familiarizing himself with the increased power with his punches, the starship suddenly shook. David exerted force in his legs, and his body was nailed to the ground like a nail. He wasn't affected by the shaking at all. His mind entered the shadow attendant, and the shadow attendant flew out of the starship. This was his first reaction. This was space, and with the stability of the starship, it was impossible for something like this to happen. It could only be that there was trouble in space. The shadow servant flew out of the universal flying ship and immediately saw another universal flying ship that was blocking the universal flying ship's way. Of course, the starry sky flying ship was different from the starry sky flying ship David was on. The starry sky flying ship in front of him was like a dilapidated boat covered in patches. It was hard for David to imagine that such a starry sky flying ship could fly in space. David walked out of his room and came to the hall. Ambassador Cameron, the Minister of Noble Affairs, and Priest Forbes were all there. However, the Minister of Noble Affairs had a bruise on his face. It seemed like he was accidentally injured by the shaking. What happened? The Minister of Noble Affairs' voice was still very stable as he asked in a deep voice, "I smell the scent of an evil god." Priest Forbes had a cold smile on his face, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. David saw Priest Forbes before. Although he showed great godly power, he was very calm. Now, he was like a general ready to go to war. He didn't ask because he felt Priest Forbes' murderous intent. It was best not to disturb Priest Forbes at this time. David also wanted to use this opportunity to see Priest Forbes' true power. The Minister of Noble Affairs knew about the evil god, so he said in a deep voice, "How dare the evil god's followers move so close to the Guardian Planet? Aren't they afraid of being discovered by the prestigious knight of the temple?" Priest Forbes waved his hand and said, "The evil god's followers must die. I'll take care of them." He turned around and walked towards the cabin door of the starry sky flying ship. As he walked, a set of black armor appeared on his body and a black heavy sword appeared in his hand. David could tell from the energy of the heavy sword that it was a rank 3 heavy sword. The hatch of the starship opened. There was an invisible barrier separating the inside and outside of the starship. Although the hatch was open, it didn't affect the living environment inside the starship. Priest Forbes took a step forward and stood in space. A white warhorse appeared beneath him. At this moment, Priest Forbes' aura was fully released. David was certain that he was an Earth Knight, and a relatively powerful one at that. Priest Forbes looked at the shabby starry sky flying ship in front of him, and the white warhorse beneath him actually stepped on the void and charged towards the ship. When the white warhorse's hooves stomped down, a white light would appear under the hooves and lift the hooves. This was the first time David saw a knight fight in space, so he was very careful. The starry sky flying ship on the other side also reacted. A black cloaked figure appeared outside the starry sky flying ship, holding a long black staff in his hand. The black cloaked figure pointed his black staff at Priest Forbes, and a black ray of light shot towards Priest Forbes. Priest Forbes patted the black armor on his body. A white light flashed on the black armor, and then a white pattern greeted the black light. Black and white met in the void, and a terrifying energy exploded. The explosive energy swept across the two starry sky flying ships, one old and one new. Energy shields appeared on the surface of the starry sky, flying ships, blocking the energy. The figure in the black cloak realized that his move was useless. He drew a circle in the air with his staff, and the circle formed a black hole. Two figures jumped out of the black hole. These two figures were riding warhorses, wearing armor, and wielding heavy swords. They seemed to be knights, but David felt that something was wrong. He couldn't sense the presence of a knight. Priest Forbes let out an angry roar. "Damn, you stinking bug. You dare to use a noble knight as a puppet." Even though they were in space, his roar was transmitted to the surroundings through a special energy wave. Priest Forbes was getting faster and faster, and the two knight puppets also sped up. However, the knight puppets didn't have that kind of presence. They were like two soulless bodies. Even the warhorses of the two knight puppets didn't have any signs of life. The three figures collided in the void. The heavy sword in Priest Forbes' hand emitted a white light, and one of the knight puppets slowed down. Priest Forbes let out a roar and swung his heavy sword at the knight puppet in front. The knight puppet instinctively raised its sword to block, but the sword in its hand was only a level 2 heavy sword. Priest Forbes' strike directly broke the level 2 heavy sword in half. The heavy sword didn't stop moving downwards and split the knight puppet in half. David saw a distorted black, transparent soul fly out from the two halves of the shadow attendant's body through its eyes. It dissipated as soon as the white light from Priest Forbes approached it. David felt that something was strange. If it was any other time, the shadow attendant would have pounced on a soul the moment it appeared. But this time, the shadow attendant acted like it didn't see a soul. Priest Forbes' white warhorse didn't stop after his successful attack. It continued to charge at the second knight puppet in front of it. The knight puppet was affected by the slow effect, and before it could recover, its head was chopped off by Priest Forbes' heavy sword. Once again, David saw the twisted black soul. This time, Priest Forbes changed his direction and rushed towards the black-cloaked man, allowing the twisted black soul to remain. He sent an order to the shadow attendant and tried to have the shadow attendant absorb the soul. The shadow attendant clearly wanted to refuse, as if the soul was poisonous. David didn't force the order. After receiving the shadow attendant's response, he didn't continue to order it. He felt that the shadow attendant wouldn't lie. There was clearly something wrong with the soul. The distorted black soul kept howling as if it was being tortured. The black soul kept doing all kinds of strange, twisting movements, which made his hair stand on end. Even David, who had seen all kinds of souls, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw this kind of soul. Priest Forbes rushed in front of the black-cloaked figure. The black-cloaked figure didn't move, but its eyes were full of madness. The cloak on its body suddenly scattered and turned into more than 10 black light spots that flew towards Priest Forbes. Each of the black light spots had a soul howling in pain. White light burst out from Priest Forbes' body. Following the burst of light, the white light suddenly elongated, and the dozen or so black specks of light turned into black mist and disappeared before they could even get close. The man who had lost his black cloak revealed a skinny body. His body was almost entirely made of bones, with only skin covering it. What caught David's attention was that this person's skin was covered in black tattoos. The tattoos were strange patterns. Priest Forbes was only 5 meters away from this person. Priest Forbes only needed one strike to kill this person. Priest Forbes did the same. Just as Priest Forbes' heavy sword was about to land on the person's head, the tattoos on the person's body emitted a black light. Then many thin and long whiskers appeared on the person's body and swept towards Priest Forbes. Priest Forbes' heavy sword stopped chopping down and swung continuously. However, because the distance was too close and there were too many thin and long whiskers, there was still some that slipped through. A thin and long whisker coiled around Priest Forbes' ankle. At this moment, Priest Forbes' heavy sword dealt with most of the whiskers. He didn't hesitate and heavily chopped down on the person's head. At the same time, the blurry patterns on the starry sky, flying ship emitted a terrifying aura. It's self-destruction. Priest Forbes was shocked, and he was about to back away. But as soon as he moved, he felt something tighten around his foot. It was the thin and long whiskers that had trapped him. Although he could easily cut off the whiskers, the starry sky flying ship's energy explosion had already begun. He couldn't dodge in time. Priest Forbes was thrown into the air like a rag doll. Blood spewed out of his mouth like it didn't cost money. At this moment, the shadow attendant rushed over and absorbed the soul of the black-cloaked person. David didn't have the armor that Priest Forbes had to fight in space. He took out a respirator from his portal ring and put it on his face. He then rushed out of the cabin and rushed towards Priest Forbes. Everything happened too quickly. By the time David realized something was wrong, it had already happened. The only thing he could do was to save Priest Forbes, so he rushed over immediately. When David arrived beside Priest Forbes, he found that Priest Forbes' breathing was very chaotic. Although there were no obvious wounds on his body, the explosion must have injured him quite badly. David grabbed Priest Forbes and glanced at Priest Forbes' white warhorse. He found that it was also heavily injured. The opponent was too ruthless. He was ruthless to his enemies, and even more ruthless to himself. When he knew he couldn't win, he used his life to trap Priest Forbes and then triggered the starry sky, flying ship's self-destruction. David grabbed the white horse with his other hand. He knew what a horse meant to a knight. It was a battle partner and an existence that was absolutely trustworthy. Therefore, he saved the white horse as well. He flew back to the cabin and brought Priest Forbes and the horse back. After coming in, David glanced at the Minister of Noble Affairs and Ambassador Cameron. He found that they didn't say anything. He quickly realized that the Minister of Noble Affairs and Ambassador Cameron weren't knights. It was normal that they didn't have any healing potions on them. David could only use his own. He took out a level 3 healing potion from his portal ring and injected it into Priest Forbes. Soon, Priest Forbes' breathing stabilized. Chapter 6:21. Priest Forbes' armor protected him well. After David injected the level 3 healing potion into his body, he woke up in less than a minute. "Arthur, thank you for your help." Priest Forbes felt the effects of the level 3 healing potion in his body and said softly, "Here." Only David was a fighter. Although he thought that a transcendence combat power was very ordinary, to be able to save him after he was injured and use such a high-grade potion, it could only be a fighter. "Priest Forbes, you were also trying to protect us. How could I just sit back and watch?" David quickly waved his hand and said. Priest Forbes didn't seem to be used to excessive gratitude. After he said that sentence, he didn't say anything else. However, the way he looked at David was different from before. "This is the territory of the Guardian Planet. I'll report it when we get back and let the Guardian Planet clean up this area," the Minister of Noble Affairs said in a deep voice. "Indeed, we need to report it. We took the diplomatic space shuttle. The enemy's goal wasn't just to rob, but to destroy. Priest Forbes' face was still a bit pale as he nodded. Ambassador Camen's face suddenly changed when he heard Priest Forbes' words. He thought that if it wasn't for Priest Forbes, he would have taken the diplomatic starship back. How serious would the consequences be? He also thought about how, if he and the Interstellar Federation emissary were attacked here, it could directly affect the friendship between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. The alliance agreement between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation was signed after both sides paid a huge price. Both sides didn't want to have conflicts when they had a huge enemy, like the insectoids. Although the great world of God didn't want to have conflicts in diplomacy, the enemies of the great world of God were very willing to see it happen. Priest Forbes guessed that the evil god's follower attacked the diplomatic space shuttle because of this. The evil god's follower wasn't weak. Although he wasn't as strong as Priest Forbes, it was enough to deal with the transcendent from the Interstellar Federation. Who was that person just now? Aren't they from the great world of God? David didn't understand and asked. That person is a follower of the evil god. The evil god was defeated by the great god in the War of the Gods. Even the evil god's followers in the world were wiped out. Only a few are left in hiding. They can only dream of reviving the evil god. Priest Forbes said with disdain. That evil god's follower doesn't seem to be a knight. David continued to ask curiously. Through the battle, just now, David could clearly see that the combat style of the believer of the evil god was very different from that of the knight. The evil god's followers fought by controlling puppets, and they also used some strange abilities. Although the knight could also use some abilities, those were the abilities that came with their equipment, and they did not use them frequently in battle. The knight in battle mostly used the weapons in their hands to hack and slash, relying on their own strength and speed to fight. Arthur, you have a rare bloodline talent, so I hope you don't go down the wrong path. Don't be tempted and firmly choose the path of a knight. Priest Forbes didn't directly answer David's question and only advised. Priest Forbes treated David as a friend, which was why he said such words. David's bloodline power was very strong. This kind of genius could choose many professions. However, the only profession recognized by the great world of God was knight. The other professions were more or less related to the evil god. Only a few professions had been accepted by the great world of God after many years of conversion. The other professions were the evil god's way of cultivating followers. Many bloodline holders couldn't resist the temptation for various reasons and became evil god's followers. Please don't worry, I will make the right choice. David nodded and said. David had seen the terror of a level 5 powerhouse. Other than the Zerg, the only other level 5 powerhouse he had seen was the Temple Knight of the great world of God. He wouldn't believe that there was a better choice in the path of a knight just because of what other people said. David wasn't someone who lacked experience. On the contrary, his experience had long surpassed his age. On one hand, he had the memories of his previous life. That era of information explosion didn't have much effect on his training, but had greatly increased his knowledge and allowed him to see many things clearly from a different perspective. On the other hand, he had experienced too many things in this world. In a few years, his footsteps had covered the entire dangerous area of the Interstellar Federation. David had experienced conspiracies, betrayals, and dangers. His experience was richer than most people's in their entire lives. On top of that, his will was extremely strong, which made him believe in his own judgment. As long as he made a decision, he would stick to his original intentions. Ambassador Camen, before you return to the Interstellar Federation, please apply to the meeting hall for night protection. You can't return alone. The Minister of Noble Affairs suggested to Ambassador Camen. I will make the suggestion. I just hope it can be approved as soon as possible. Ambassador Camen said with a bitter smile. He didn't have much influence, so it was unlikely that he would be able to get night protection from the meeting hall before he returned to the Interstellar Federation. This was because from the situation of today's attack, a normal knight wouldn't be of much use. At the very least, an Earth Knight like Priest Forbes would be needed. Mobilizing an Earth Knight required time and coordination. An Earth Knight didn't have much free time. On top of that, Ambassador Camen's job required him to leave the great world of God, so it was very difficult for an Earth Knight to agree. It must be known that leaving the great world of God and participating in the battle on Warstar was much more rewarding than following Ambassador Camen. If one had enough merits on Warstar, they could obtain a noble title. This was extremely tempting to any knight. I will add your name to your suggestion. The Minister of Noble Affairs said after thinking for a while. Count me in as well. Priest Forbes added. Thank you. Ambassador Camen's face was filled with surprise as he thanked him. The Minister of Noble Affairs was an official of the meeting hall. Although he didn't have a noble title, his influence wasn't small. Priest Forbes didn't need to be mentioned. He had bloodline power, and he had shrines and family background. This made his influence even greater than the Minister of Noble Affairs. After chatting for so long, Priest Forbes was able to move freely. He stood up and walked to the side of the white warhorse. He took out a bottle of green potion and poured it into the warhorse's mouth. After the warhorse took the potion, it was quickly able to stand up. Priest Forbes pressed one hand on the white warhorse. A white light flashed on Priest Forbes' body, and the same light appeared on the warhorse's body. David had a strange feeling. It was as if Priest Forbes and the warhorse were a single entity. The energy in Priest Forbes' body circulated between the warhorse and Priest Forbes' body, and every time it circulated, their injuries would lessen. The starship continued to fly. They didn't encounter any trouble for the next 2 days, and they smoothly arrived at the region where the portal was. This was a green planet called Tulastar. Even from space, one could see the huge teleportation gate on Tulastar. When the starry sky flying ship descended, David could clearly see the appearance of the huge teleportation gate. This gigantic portal was somewhat similar to the portal in the Federation. However, the portal here had more and more complicated patterns drawn on it. Honorable Priest Forbes and Lord Gershwin, I will bid farewell to you here. I will go to the meeting hall to report. Thank you for your help. Mr. Arthur, you need to go to the great god of wealth to collect your divine gold coins. The account will be opened in your name, and you can withdraw it freely with your identity. In the future, the profits of the Interstellar Federation will be handed over to the great god of wealth shrines in your account. Ambassador Camen said as he sent them off the starship. David nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He realized that he lacked a lot of knowledge about the great world of God. At least, he knew nothing about the great world of God. For example, he didn't know who the god that Priest Forbes worshipped was, but he didn't dare to ask as he was afraid of offending the god. Whenever Priest Forbes and Ambassador Camen mentioned the god, they would always use the prefix great. It was obvious how high the god's position was in their hearts. Before he had the exact knowledge, David didn't want to casually ask about the god to avoid any trouble. However, he realized that he didn't have any proof of identity from the great world of God. This was related to his wealth, so he had to ask, Ambassador Camen, I don't have any proof of identity. How can I withdraw the divine gold coins? David asked, Don't worry. When you inherit the Luce family, you will have the corresponding proof of identity. Before Ambassador Camen could answer, Priest Forbes answered with a smile. When David heard Priest Forbes say this, he naturally believed him. After parting with Ambassador Camen, the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes brought David to the portal. There were 2 knights guarding the portal. When they saw Priest Forbes, the 2 knights crossed their hands in front of their chest and gave Priest Forbes a knight salute. We want to apply for the teleportation to the great world of God. This is my proof of identity. Priest Forbes tapped his hand in front of him and bowed slightly to return a priest salute. He took out a sign with a scale and handed it over. The knight didn't take it. He just glanced at it and nodded. Priest Forbes put away the token and stood to the side. This is my proof of identity. The Minister of Noble Affairs stepped forward and bowed. The Minister of Noble Affairs took out a sign with a scepter. The knight didn't give a knight salute this time. Instead, he nodded. David could see that the 2 knights didn't take the Minister of Noble Affairs seriously at all. The Minister of Noble Affairs seemed to be used to this kind of attitude. This is Arthur. He doesn't have proof of identity yet. The minister of noble affairs introduced David to the two knights. One divine gold coin. The knight glanced at David and said, Priest Forbes, who was standing at the side, was already prepared. He stepped forward and handed over a dark gold coin. The knight took the dark gold coin and put it in the box behind him. You may enter. The knight waved his hand and said, Priest Forbes, I'll return the divine gold coin to you when I get back. David stepped forward and said to Priest Forbes. He didn't want Priest Forbes to pay for his passage, but he didn't have a single divine gold coin on him. Naturally, he couldn't pay for it. This is a small matter. Don't worry about it. All the expenses for your return will be paid by the Noble Affairs Office. I won't pay for it, Priest Forbes said with a smile. Hearing this, David didn't say anything else. He followed behind the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes and walked towards the huge teleportation gate. There were still people going in and out of the teleportation gate. He even saw a starry sky, flying ship going through the air. When you inherit the title of Baron of the Luce family, you can also fly through the teleportation gate like this. Priest Forbes said enviously as he looked at the starry sky, flying ship in the sky. Priest Forbes came from a good background. He was a noble, but because he wasn't the eldest son of the family, he couldn't inherit the title of Baron. For nobles like Priest Forbes, without the right to inherit a title, they could only rely on their own efforts to obtain a title. The family could only provide a certain amount of financial resources and a certain amount of connections. However, these weren't decisive in obtaining the title of Baron. They were only supplementary. It was very difficult to obtain the title of Baron in the great world of God. Because of the difficulty, many bloodline holders would work their entire lives to no avail. The eldest son of a family who wasn't a direct descendant usually had a few choices. The first choice was to go to the War Star and fight the insectoids there to accumulate merit. However, it was too dangerous and merit wasn't that easy to obtain. Many knights had died there. The second choice was to enter the temple, which was what most bloodline holders wanted. The status of the temple was very high, and there was not much danger. However, the selection process for the temple was extremely strict, and those who could enter would not have an easier time than those who could go to the Warring Star. Entering the shrines was only the first step. In the shrines, one had to continuously accumulate merit and rise in status. After becoming a priest, one's status would be equivalent to that of a noble. Of course, this showed that there was still a difference between a priest and a noble. This difference was reflected in many aspects, and passing through the teleportation gate was one of them. As long as a noble's coat of arms was close to the teleportation gate, the gate would automatically recognize it. With the coat of arms, they could bring their entourage through the gate without needing to stop for inspection. Priest Forbes, on the other hand, had to show proof of identity. This was why Priest Forbes was very envious of the title of Baron. Chapter 622. After passing through the portal, David did not experience the discomfort of passing through the portal of the Interstellar Federation. He only felt that the scenery in front of him changed, and then he appeared in another place. Behind him was a huge portal, and in front of him was a city built around the portal. We are here. This is the main city of Dashing Planet, Jimma City. We are going to the Aristocratic Affairs branch here to handle Arthur's identity. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said to David. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs had a smile on his face. His mission was finally about to be completed. David looked at the city in front of him and felt a sense of disbelief. Previously, he had many guesses about the real great world of God, a civilization that could travel in space, and a world with powerful combat power should have extremely advanced facilities everywhere in its city. However, David saw ordinary streets. Of course, the streets were very wide, and the ground was paved with smooth blue stones, which made the streets look very imposing. The tallest buildings on both sides of the streets were not more than 3 stories high. Most of them were 1 or 2 stories high. The architectural style was very rough, and the surfaces were almost all stacked with stones. The entire street had a primitive feeling. There were pedestrians, horses, and carriages on the streets, but he did not see anything like the starry sky flying ship that was a combination of energy and runes. While David was watching, the Minister of Noble Affairs waved his hand and called for a carriage. "Arthur, get in the carriage. This is just an ordinary area. The essence of Jinma City is in the inner city, where the Aristocratic Affairs branch is located." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said to David, who was in a daze. David nodded. He had not fully recovered from the shock. He never thought that the city of the great world of God would be like this. Although the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said that this was an ordinary area, according to the development of the great world of God civilization, the city should not be so primitive. Before getting into the carriage, David looked at the huge portal again. Compared to the portal, which was a product of advanced civilization, the city was like a primitive society. The carriage drove on the bluestone road. Fortunately, the carriage was shock-absorbing, so it was not too uncomfortable. However, the sound of the wheels colliding with the bluestone road was very uncomfortable. He looked at both sides of the road through the window. This should be the main road. The shops on both sides of the road were doing well, and there was a lot of traffic. However, after about 30 minutes, he did not see a single knight. David couldn't help but think of what Priest Forbes had said about the scarcity of divine knights. He didn't have any idea before, but now he had a deep understanding. Jinma City was the main city of the great world of God. It was extremely difficult to meet a knight in other places. The carriage passed through a gate guarded by several soldiers and entered the inner city. The buildings here were obviously much more exquisite than the outer city. Most of the shops on both sides were built with more delicate wood and fine stone. Carvings and combinations of various colors could be seen everywhere. The quality of the inner city was much higher than the outer city. Although it still did not match David's imagination of the great world of God's city, it already had the shadow of a bustling city. David also saw several knights on the street. Judging from their aura, most of them were trainee knights and official knights. He had not seen a knight with the strength of Priest Forbes. The carriage passed through the commercial area and came to the residential area. There was nothing to see here. Only the doors facing the street showed that the owner was rich. The carriage finally stopped at a gate. Two attendants took wooden steps and placed them beside the carriage. They then opened the door. The three of them got out of the carriage. After paying the fare, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs sent the carriage away. "Dear Lord Gershwin, your presence is a great honor to the great world of God's Aristocratic Affairs branch." A middle-aged man with a scepter symbol on his chest trotted over and greeted the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. "I'm here to handle the inheritance procedures for Mr. Arthur. Take me to the office." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs ignored the middle-aged man's words and directly ordered, "Yes, please follow me." The middle-aged man did not show any dissatisfaction. He bowed and made an inviting gesture. It was not that the middle-aged man did not want to greet Priest Forbes, but the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs had already introduced him. He also understood that the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs did not want him to disturb him. Walking into the office of the Aristocratic Affairs branch, David had a feeling that it was highly civilized. The office was circular. In the middle were 12 white light pillars. At this time, a few staff members with the same scepter symbol on their chests were receiving people in luxurious robes. David saw a staff member reach into the white light pillar and take out a box. There was no box in the white light pillar. On the other side, a staff member was placing items into the white light pillar. When the items entered the white light pillar, they disappeared. There's a teleportation circle here. Nobles with titles can transfer their items here. Of course, the items can't be too big, and they can't be spatial items. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs explained to David. David had never seen such technology, even in the Interstellar Federation. He had seen single-person teleportation portals that could transfer people. Of course, they could transfer items, but every time they were activated, they consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, every time they were activated, they had to be careful. However, the item teleportation array in front of him was activated normally. Looking at the staff member casually reaching into the item teleportation array to take out or put in items, it was obvious that the item teleportation array was a regular facility. They arrived in front of an empty white light pillar. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs stood in front of the white light pillar. He placed a document into the white light pillar. After a while, the white light pillar became brighter. Arthur Luce, the heir of the Luce family. He has the power of the Luce family's bloodline. After being verified by the Aristocratic Affairs branch and judged by Priest Forbes of the Just Shrines, Arthur Luce has the right to inherit the title of Baron of the Luce family, the Shadow Leopard coat of arms, an ancient castle, 10 plantations, and a winery. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, will handle the inheritance procedures in the name of the Aristocratic Affairs branch with Arthur Luce. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said to the white light pillar, Priest Forbes of the Just Shrines, confirm that Arthur Luce is the heir of the Luce family and supervise the inheritance procedures. Priest Forbes continued. David stood in front of the white light pillar. He could sense that someone was observing him from the white light pillar. A wave of energy swept across his body. Then, a box appeared in the white light pillar. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs reached out his hand and took the box out of the white light pillar. He opened the box and took out a palm-sized coat of arms. The pattern on the coat of arms was a shadow leopard. This is the shadow leopard coat of arms of the Luce family. With this coat of arms, you will have everything of the Luce family and the title of Baron. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said as he handed the coat of arms to David. David took the coat of arms. He felt that the coat of arms was made of a special material. He couldn't tell what it was made of. Baron Arthur, use your mental power to activate the shadow leopard emblem. This shadow leopard emblem is your exclusive item. Priest Forbes reminded from the side. Priest Forbes changed the way he addressed David after he received the coat of arms. He also used honorifics. David nodded. He channeled his spirit into the coat of arms. He immediately felt a connection with the coat of arms. Then, an image appeared on the coat of arms. It was Arthur's figure. Based on his clothes and demeanor, it was the image obtained by the white light pillar when scanned David. Baron Arthur, most important places will have an automatic detection circle. It can automatically detect your shadow leopard coat of arms. If you need to take the initiative to identify yourself, you can use your spirit to activate it. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs explained. A stack of documents appeared in the white light pillar. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs took out the documents, checked them, and handed them to Priest Forbes. Priest Forbes also checked them and nodded. He confirmed that the documents were correct. Priest Forbes handed over a stack of documents to David. The documents were all made of a very thin and specially treated sheepskin. They were smooth and white to the touch. The document was written in the language of the gods. It included the property rights of an ancient castle, 10 plantations, and a winery that were mentioned earlier. Baron Arthur, all the relevant procedures have been completed. We will take over your assets with you. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a smile. In fact, this was the end of the story. However, David had saved Priest Forbes. Priest Forbes asked the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs to help David take control of the Luce family. This would reduce the trouble for David. Although the Noble Affairs Office had made the decision, the Luce family shouldn't have any objections because once they did, they would be going against the entire noble system. No one had the confidence to do so. Thank you for the trouble. Let's have a good gathering later, David said gratefully. This time, there was no need to rent a carriage. He borrowed 2 horses from the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. Priest Forbes did not need another horse, so he rode his own warhorse. David and the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs each rode a horse. On the way, Priest Forbes gave David a map. It was a map of the Dashing Star. On the map, the Luce family's castle was not far from Damon City. It was only 20 minutes away. As an ancient family, the Luce family's castle was in the best location. A long time ago, when the Luce family was at its peak, they owned a large area of land on the Dashing Star. At that time, the Luce family almost became the owner of the Dashing Star. However, after their peak, their successors did not have much ability. Not only were they unable to maintain their original glory, but they also lost a large amount of land. If it weren't for the strict requirements of the ancient family, the most ancient ancestral property could not be traded. This last castle, plantation, and winery would have all been lost. The road leading from Damon City to the Loose Castle was not bad. Although it was a little shabby, the entire road was paved with limestone. It was wide enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side. It was obvious how glorious the Loose Castle was in the past. The 3 horses traveled very quickly. Coupled with the good road, they soon arrived at the 20-kilometer mark. David saw a castle built against a mountain in front of him. The castle was majestic. The mountain borrowed the castle's power, and the castle borrowed the mountain's power to form a whole. The castle was built with huge rocks. Every rock was the size of a person. It was unknown how such huge rocks were built in the past. Due to the passage of time, the original color of the rocks had long since disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by traces of erosion from the wind and rain. The dark brown color showed the thickness and history of the castle. However, parts of the castle were somewhat dilapidated, showing the Luce family's decline. Baron Arthur of the Luce family is here to take over the castle. Priest Forbes shouted towards the castle. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing a commotion in the castle. However, a reprimand soon followed. In less than 5 minutes, the gate of the castle opened. 2 teams of guards with spears walked out of the castle and lined up on both sides of the gate. An old man in a butler uniform and a middle-aged man walked out of the castle together. The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. He swept his gaze across the 3 people and quickly focused on David. Too similar, too similar, the old man muttered to himself. The middle-aged man behind him gently nudged the old man. Only then did the old man react. Jason, the butler of the Loose Castle, greets Baron Arthur. The old man bowed to David. Andrew, the guardian knight of the Loose Castle, greets Baron Arthur. The middle-aged man behind the old man also bowed. David looked at the middle-aged knight Andrew with surprise. He didn't think that the Luce family would still retain a knight. Although he hadn't been in the great world of God for long, he knew how rare knights were in the great world of God. How could a family like the Luce family retain a knight? They probably couldn't even afford to provide resources for this knight's training. Before, Priest Forbes had explained that with the Luce family's assets, if David didn't use his own divine gold coins, they wouldn't even be able to afford the training resources of an official knight. Butler Jason, Knight Andrew, thank you for your hard work. David bowed and thanked them. Old Luce had died. Although the Luce family was protected by the Noble Affairs Office and hadn't been robbed, it was inevitable that they would be oppressed. The other successors of the Luce family had been killed, which meant that someone was targeting the Luce family. Chapter 6:23. Under the guidance of Jason, David, the Minister of Noble Affairs, and Priest Forbes entered Loose Castle. David could see the dilapidated state of the castle. Most of the castle's materials were rocks, but there was also some wood. Wood would decay with time, so it needed to be repaired. David saw a lot of damage on the wooden parts of Loose Castle. This damage wasn't something that could be done in a few years. In his opinion, Loose Castle had already fallen into decline. It couldn't even cover the cost of repairing Loose Castle, which was why it was in such a state. David frowned and asked, Steward Jason, Loose Castle is in very bad condition. How many divine gold coins will it cost to repair it? Upon hearing David's question, Steward Jason glanced at the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes, who were standing beside David, and hesitated to speak. David didn't have any intention of hiding anything, so he waved his hand and said, Just say what you want to say. These 2 are my friends. We don't have any divine gold coins left. A few days ago, we even dismissed some of the servants to save some money. Steward Jason replied with some embarrassment. David didn't expect the Luce family to be this poor, so he shook his head and asked again, You don't have to worry about divine gold coins. Just tell me how many divine gold coins it will cost to repair the castle. The Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes were also a little embarrassed. When they described the Luce family to David in the Interstellar Federation, they described them as a decent family with a continuous output. But the Luce family in front of them was actually this poor. This was something they didn't expect. Steward Jason seemed to be very familiar with this number. He blurted it out as soon as David asked. According to the standard, it will cost 2,000 divine gold coins to repair it. Of course, it will only cost 600 divine gold coins to repair it. Let's go according to 2,000 divine gold coins. I'll go get some divine gold coins tomorrow. David was relieved. 2,000 divine gold coins wasn't expensive. It was still within the range he could afford. David didn't know the cost of living in the great world of God, but for such a large castle to only cost 2,000 divine gold coins, it seemed like Kammen's 100 million Federation credits for 10,000 divine gold coins wasn't too bad. Steward Jason was a little confused. He knew Arthur was the illegitimate son of old Baron Luce in the Interstellar Federation. This time, he came back from the Interstellar Federation to inherit the title. How could he have so many divine gold coins? Still, he was very happy. No matter how these divine gold coins came to be, they could bring a new atmosphere to Luce Castle. David turned to the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes and said apologetically, "I've made a fool of myself. We didn't expect the Luce family to be in such a difficult situation." Priest Forbes waved his hand. "Steward Jason, bring us in and have a seat." David ordered Steward Jason. "Please follow me." Steward Jason led the way. After entering the hall, he pushed open the door on the left side. Inside was a clean and tidy reception room. The reception room's decoration was very luxurious. It gave people a feeling that it had a lot of history. There was a chandelier full of crystals above their heads. The center of the chandelier emitted a white light. The crystal pendant illuminated the entire reception room. David glanced at the chandelier, but he couldn't see how the white light in the center was lit. "Thank you for accompanying me to Luce Castle. Sit down and rest first. We'll have lunch together later." David invited. "Sure, it's almost noon. Let's have lunch here." Priest Forbes agreed with a smile. The Minister of Noble Affairs also nodded. Their mission was over. Because of the previous incident, they had some friendship with David, so they wanted to have a chat with David. When Steward Jason heard that David wanted the two of them to stay for lunch, a look of unease appeared on his face. "Steward Jason, I don't think the Luce family is so poor that they can't even prepare lunch." David saw Jason's uneasiness and asked, "There aren't many ingredients left in the castle. We didn't expect you to come at this time, so we didn't prepare the ingredients." Steward Jason replied with a bitter smile. "In fact, any noble family would prepare at least a week's worth of ingredients. They wouldn't care about wastage at all. This was because the wastage was the basic consumption of nobles. Of course, the situation of the Luce family was understandable. They had been without a patriarch for many days. All the nobles in the family were gone. Coupled with the fact that they were poor, they didn't have the resources to prepare any ingredients. Fortunately, I came prepared," David said as he took out 10 plates from his space ring. They were filled with steaming hot dishes. These dishes were prepared by David when he was in the Interstellar Federation. He didn't expect the Luce family to be so poor. Now, he could use them to entertain his friends. "Take these away and send them to the table later," David said as he placed the plates on the table. Steward Jason hurriedly called the servants over to take the plates away. He felt that he had been too rude today. What a fragrant dish. Was it made by a chef from the Interstellar Federation? The Minister of Noble Affairs asked as he took a sniff. He was also a person who loved food. He had seen many delicacies in the great world of God, but none of them made him want to eat just by smelling it. "I'm afraid it's not something an ordinary chef can make. Even the top chefs of the Just Shrines don't have such skills." Priest Forbes was more sensitive, so he expressed his opinion. "Thank you for the compliment. I usually like good food. Those dishes were made by me." David said with a smile when he heard the conversation between the two of them. "God, how did you become a transcendent at such a young age and still have time to practice cooking?" Priest Forbes asked in disbelief. The Minister of Noble Affairs also didn't quite believe it, but he also knew that David didn't have to lie. Cooking wasn't that easy to improve. Other than talent, it also required a long time of practice. As a well-known researcher in the Galactic Federation, Priest Forbes believed that David, who was able to achieve such dazzling results in both research and cultivation at such a young age, shouldn't have any free time. It's just a hobby. I'll invite the two of you to judge it later. David said with a smile. Okay, let's have a good taste later. The Minister of Noble Affairs said with a smile. He then looked at Priest Forbes and said, Baron Arthur, we will stay in the castle for 3 days. This is the only thing we can help you with. Of course, I welcome you to stay. But what's the problem? David asked in confusion. The Luce family is in trouble. If we stay here, they won't dare to come after us until they have a knight who can deal with us. Also, with our identities, even if they are nobles, they will have to consider the existence behind us. Priest Forbes replied softly. Priest Forbes was a priest of the Just Shrines, so he couldn't interfere with the disputes between nobles. The Minister of Noble Affairs was the same. He was only a minister in the Noble Affairs office, so he didn't have much influence over the nobles. He could only make the nobles worry about them. Thank you. I'll think of a way to deal with it as soon as possible. David bowed and thanked him. After seeing the environment, David felt that this was his home ground. The castle was built with rocks, which was equivalent to giving David a space where he could use underground stealth whenever he wanted. When David fought here, he could attack or retreat as he wished. His actual combat strength was much stronger than the strength he displayed. As long as the enemy didn't have a Sky Knight, they wouldn't be much of a threat to him. David even hoped that the enemy would send more people over. He just needed some souls to increase his knowledge in the great world of God. Baron Arthur, don't think about doing it yourself. You're already a noble. If the enemy goes too far, you can stay in Serene City for a while. They won't dare to take the initiative in Serene City, Priest Forbes advised. He knew that David had just been promoted to a transcendent. He was afraid that David didn't know the difference in strength between a transcendent and a knight. To be able to force the Luce family into such a miserable state, the power behind them must be even stronger. They must be at least at the level of an Earth Knight. David nodded. Although he wouldn't do as Priest Forbes said, he still thanked him. I understand. It's time for lunch. Let's go eat. David didn't continue the conversation. He stood up and said. The Minister of Noble Affairs stood up even faster than Priest Forbes. He couldn't wait to rush to the dining hall, but it was too rude to do so. Butler Jason brought the three of them to the dining hall. David looked around and didn't see Knight Andrew. Where's Knight Andrew? Invite him over for lunch. David ordered Butler Jason. He didn't let Knight Andrew accompany him before because he was chatting with his two friends. If Knight Andrew suddenly joined, it might be a little awkward. But now, David needed to cultivate his relationship with Knight Andrew. Eating together was the fastest way to build a friendship. Yes, I'll ask Knight Andrew to come here. Steward Jason let out a sigh. Andrew was the last knight of the Luce family. If David couldn't get along well with Knight Andrew, then this last knight might leave the Luce family. Knight Andrew soon came over. After he entered the dining hall, he bowed to the few people in the dining hall and sat down at the end of the table. When the servant carried the dishes that had been distributed and placed in front of everyone, their faces showed an expression of awakening. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes had a good relationship with David. In front of delicious food, they naturally relaxed and didn't pay too much attention to etiquette. The two of them used their fastest speed to clean up their dishes. Even the plates could be seen under the light of the sun. Only Knight Andrew was a little uneasy. Although he often showed an intoxicated expression during the meal, he quickly sobered up and tried to maintain the cultivation of a knight. Baron Arthur, if it weren't for the shrines chasing after me, I would have stayed here for a few more days. Priest Forbes said with a smile after finishing his meal. Yes, after tasting your dishes, how can I eat ordinary food when I go back? The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs nodded and said, let's make a deal. If you stay for a few days, I'll prepare dishes for you for a few days. David said with a smile. Great. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a smile. After lunch, butler Jason took the two of them to their residence. Only David and Knight Andrew were left in the dining hall. Knight Andrew, come with me to the Shrines of Wealth tomorrow to get some divine gold coins. David said to Knight Andrew. Yes, Lord Baron. Knight Andrew bowed and replied. David was not used to the etiquette of the great world of God. He wasn't familiar with the etiquette here, but to live here, he had to understand it. After obtaining the divine gold coins, he planned to ask an etiquette teacher to guide him. After so many days of sailing, in addition to the fact that they rode here from Damo City, they decided to take a short rest after lunch. David was also led to the master bedroom by a maid. Except for the bedding, which was brand new, all the furniture and furnishings were antique. It could be said that it had the heritage of an aristocrat. It could also be said that the furniture had not been updated for a long time. David waved his hand to let the maid leave. He pushed open the door to the balcony of the master bedroom and came to the balcony. From a balcony, he could see most of the castle and the scenery outside. David was not in the mood to look at the scenery. Finally, without anyone to disturb him, he summoned the shadow attendant. He put one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, and his mind entered the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant had absorbed the soul of the evil God-believer. Although the evil God-believer's strength was not as strong as Priest Forbes, it was only because of their different professions. In terms of realm, there's not much difference between them. According to David's observation, the evil God-believer had the ability to control puppets and control the field. Perhaps he had other abilities that he had not shown, but the evil God-believer clearly did not have the ability to fight in close combat. This also explained why the evil God-believer lost the ability to fight back when Priest Forbes got close and directly detonated the starship. David did not care about the identity of the evil God-believer. He just wanted to get the knowledge of the great world of God that he urgently needed from the evil God-believer's soul. He ordered the shadow attendant to list the knowledge of the heavenly evil God-believer. A white knowledge ball appeared in his eyes. Puppetry requires belief in an ancient god. Seeing this description, David was very disappointed. Chapter 624. David wasn't going to believe in ancient Godkin. Although he didn't know who ancient Godkin was, he knew that this ancient Godkin was the evil god that Priest Forbes had mentioned. This ancient god, Ken, must have been suppressed by the gods. He had just come to the great world of God, so he didn't want to become the enemy of the gods. The great world of God wasn't like the Interstellar Federation. In the Interstellar Federation, David's personal strength was already at the top. Coupled with his special ability, in a one-on-one battle, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the Interstellar Federation. But the great world of God was different. There were just too many strong people in the great world of God. There were so many that David didn't want to become their enemy. Just think about how scary a Sky Knight was. He couldn't fight against a level 4 Sky Knight, not to mention the existence of Temple Knight. Since the great world of divinity could be crowned with the name of divinity, one could imagine how high the status of divinity here was. Besides, the puppet technique wasn't very useful to David. He had the corpse control technique from the Zerg, which had the same effect as the puppet technique. The corpse control technique didn't need any faith to be used, so there was no need to learn the puppet technique. David was a little disappointed as he threw the puppet technique requires belief in ancient Godkin knowledge ball back into the pile of useless knowledge balls. At least before he knew who ancient Godkin was, he wouldn't care about this knowledge ball anymore. Baron, are you resting? Steward Jason's voice came from outside the door. Steward Jason, come in. David recognized the voice and said. Steward Jason opened the door and walked in. When he came in, he waved to the maid standing outside the door. The maid bowed and left. David could see that Steward Jason had something to talk to him about. Sir Baron, please come with me. Jason bowed to David and made an inviting gesture. What's the matter? David didn't refuse and asked curiously. It's about the inheritance of the Luce family. You'll have to go through some tests before you can see it. Steward Jason explained as he led the way. Jason led David into the study and stopped in front of an oil painting that took up half of the wall. The oil painting depicted several men in luxurious clothing having a meal. For it to be hung here, it must have something to do with the Luce family. This is the first patriarch of the Luce family. Beside him are few of his good friends. This is the scene before the expedition. It was painted by the family's artist and has been hanging here ever since. Of course, this is a copy made 200 years ago. The original painting is in the family's treasury. Jason bowed to the portrait and introduced it to David. David also bowed. This was Arthur's ancestor. He had inherited Arthur's bloodline power, so it was only right for him to show respect to his ancestor. Steward Jason took out a pattern badge from his waist and placed it in the card slot at the bottom of the frame. "Sir Baron, please place the badge in the other card slot." Steward Jason turned to David and said. David nodded. He took out the shadow leopard badge and placed it in the other card slot at the bottom of the frame. The design of the card slot was very clever. It was right in the blind spot of the eyes. Only by touching it with your hand would you notice the groove. The groove was also decorated with patterns, so he would only think that it was for decoration. When the two badges were placed in the card slot at the same time, David heard a crisp sound coming from the inside of the wall. Then the whole wall moved inwards, revealing a passage. "Sir Baron, don't go in first." Steward Jason was worried that David would be anxious and reminded him. He pressed a few buttons on the left and right sides of the passage a few times. After the passage moved, a staircase leading downwards was revealed. This is the real path. If you go straight in, there will be traps everywhere. It's a dead end. Steward Jason pointed to the passage in front and explained. This was a kind of anti-theft measure. If someone stole or robbed these two badges, even if they found this place, they would enter the wrong passage. Steward Jason took out a small bag from his body and opened it to reveal the glowing crystal inside. He used the light from the crystal to lead the way down the stairs. David followed behind Steward Jason. He found that there were a lot of patterns drawn all around, and there was energy surging. This place was not as ordinary as the appearance of the old castle. It could be seen that Luce Castle had a glorious history. After walking down for a few minutes, the two of them stepped on solid ground and turned a corner. When Steward Jason pushed open a stone door, they saw a bright light in front of them. In front of them was a door made of pure white rock. On the left side of the door, there was a stone platform. The light here was the light from the patterns drawn on the pure white rock. David didn't know much about the materials of the great world of God, but he could see that the pure white rock was not ordinary. He scanned the pure white rock with his spirit and found that it was similar to the Krypton stone, but it was more beautiful. The pure white rock had the effect of isolating the spirit and all kinds of detection. For people who wanted to use spirit and other means to explore the inside of the door, the pure white rock would definitely disappoint them. If you didn't see the pure white rock with your own eyes, you might have overlooked everything here. This was the function of the pure white rock. David was not in a hurry to let the shadow attendant enter first. He knew that Steward Jason brought him here to let him enter the door made of pure white rock. "Lord Baron, behind this door is the family's treasury. It contains the family's inheritance. Only those with the blood of the Luce family can open this door. Please drip your blood on the stone platform." Steward Jason said as he pointed to the stone platform on the left side of the door. David came to the front of the stone platform and used his hand to gently wipe away the dust on the stone platform, revealing the complex patterns drawn on the surface of the stone platform. He took out a rank 3 military knife from his space ring and cut his palm. Immediately, blood gushed out from the wound. The blood dripped on the stone platform's surface, and the pattern flashed with white light. Then, the illusion of a shadow leopard appeared and roared towards the sky. "Greetings, Master!" Steward Jason looked at the illusion of the shadow leopard on the stone platform with crystal-clear tears in his eyes. He prostrated himself on the ground and said respectfully, "Steward Jason, there's no need to be like this. Get up." David quickly stepped forward and helped Steward Jason up. When David heard Steward Jason change the way he addressed him, he knew that his blood must have been recognized by the stone platform. That was why Steward Jason completely recognized him. Previously, Steward Jason had always called him Lord Baron. Although it was very respectful, it was not very intimate. Please forgive me, Master. This is the tradition of the Luce family. Only by being recognized by the bloodline platform can one truly grasp the secrets of the Luce family. Steward Jason explained to David. Ever since the death of old Baron Luce, the Luce family had been protected by the Aristocratic Affairs Office. Although they would not be annihilated by their enemies had cut off the family source of income. This caused the family's finances to be tight, and even their daily life had problems. In order to maintain the existence of the Luce family, Steward Jason could only dismiss a portion of his servants and try his best to economize in the castle. Steward Jason also knew that the old Baron Luce had sent away an illegitimate child. However, he did not know that the child was sent to the distant Interstellar Federation. It was only when the old Baron Luce was on his deathbed that he informed him of the news. When he saw David, Steward Jason knew that this was the child of the old Baron Luce. His appearance was very similar to the old Baron Luce and his ancestors. This was a characteristic of the bloodline. As long as one had the shadow leopard bloodline of the Luce family, their appearance would be similar. Steward Jason had been waiting for David to pass the bloodline platform's recognition. Master, please place the shadow leopard insignia on the stone platform. Steward Jason calmed down and said. David placed the shadow leopard insignia on the stone platform. The white light on the stone platform was blocked. Soon, a portion of the white light penetrated the shadow leopard insignia and formed a special pattern in the air. When this pattern appeared, the stone door separated into two sides. Master, the treasury is inside. You can only enter alone. Steward Jason stood to the side and said, Okay. David nodded and walked through the stone door. Behind the stone door was a room made of pure white rock. The room was about 30 square meters, and there were some items placed inside. Next to the wall were some oil paintings. David carefully touched them with his hand. He was worried that the oil paintings would be damaged due to the passage of time. But to his surprise, these oil paintings were very well preserved. There was no damage at all. David was curious as to how this was done. He saw the huge oil painting hanging in the study room. If this oil painting was the original, it was at least 10,000 years old. Even if it was not the original, it was just a recent replacement. It was at least 200 years old. But the oil painting in front of him looked like it was at most a few decades old. Although David did not seriously study oil painting, he still had some general knowledge. The longer the oil painting existed, the more the oil on the surface would reflect. David's spirit swept across the oil painting and found that it was wrapped in energy. Not only the oil painting, but the entire treasury was filled with this energy. He continued to check and found that the source of this energy came from the pattern on the ground. With David's research grandmaster ability, the pattern on the ground produced a kind of inert energy. This inert energy allowed the items in the treasury to not come in contact with the oxygen and other corrosive gases in the air. This allowed them to be preserved for a long time. This was a bit like vacuum preservation, but it was more convenient. David saw a knight's armor and a horse armor. This made him very curious, so he went forward to check. He touched it gently with his hand. He could feel that the knight's armor and horse armor were made of third-grade materials. There was a layer of unknown material on the surface. The knight's armor had a light gray pattern of a shadow leopard emblem on the chest. The rest of a knight's armor and horse armor were black. David was not a knight yet, so he did not take away the knight's armor and horse armor. He then looked at the weapon to the side. It was a third-grade greatsword. David picked up the third-grade greatsword. This greatsword was not that valuable to him. He was just curious about the effects of this third-grade greatsword. He connected his mind to the runes on the hilt of the grade 3 heavy sword and immediately understood the situation of the grade 3 heavy sword. This was a greatsword that could increase speed 10 times per day. It was a pretty good knight's weapon. This was also the last piece of equipment which disappointed David. It had to be known that the weapons in the Luce family's treasury were not as good as the ones in his spatial ring. For the night David had met on Warstar, the knight's equipment was usually a set of knight's armor, a set of horse armor, and a main weapon. There were all these things in the treasury, but here there was a lack of defensive shields and long-range weapons. David had seen knights of the great world of God use long-range weapons such as short spears, crossbows, and so on. His spatial ring had some spoils of war from before. A small round shield that could activate Guardian Light 10 times per day, and a crossbow that could increase penetration and add a frost effect. What David didn't know was that the Luce family's knight's equipment wasn't limited to this. It was just that due to the decline of the family, some of the equipment was sold because no one used it. In order to maintain the lifestyle of a noble, the daily consumption was very large. Once the income and expenses of a noble were unable to maintain a balance, a vicious cycle would appear. When the old Baron Luce took over the family, there were only a few sets of second-grade knights' equipment left. Moreover, second-grade knights' equipment would not be put into the treasury. This set of knight's armor and horse armor was obtained by the old Baron Luce when he was young, but he was unable to lead the family to glory. None of the old Baron Luce's descendants had the same talent as the old Baron Luce, so much so that they couldn't even guarantee their own safety. David shook his head and continued to look through the treasury. In the innermost part of the treasury, there was a bookcase. This was what he was most concerned about. He came in front of the bookcase and saw a line of words engraved on the wooden bar at the top of the bookcase. Shadow Leopard Bloodline Knights Cultivation Method. There were only 3 books in this row: Leopard Breath Breathing Technique, Shadow Stealth, and Swift Swordsmanship. In the bottom 2 rows of the bookcase, there were more than 10 books, all of which were general books. From the raising of war horses to the use and maintenance of knights' weapons, to the knowledge of knights' battle formations, almost all of the knowledge related to knights' knowledge could be found here. David took down the Leopard Breath Breathing Technique and flipped through it. The book didn't only contain breathing techniques, but also all the training methods from apprentice knight to temple knight. This made the Leopard Breath Breathing Technique extremely dense. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.